Good evening and welcome to the January 11th Chatham Select Board meeting. Please note that this meeting is being recorded and will be available shortly hereafter for scheduled and on-demand viewing on any smartphone or tablet device. If anyone else is recording the meeting, please let me know. Pursuant to Governor Baker's June 16, 2021 signing of an act relative to extending certain COVID-19 measures adopted during the state of emergency, including the extension of his March 12, 2020 order suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law, that's General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 20, until April 1st, 2022, this meeting of the Chatham Select Board is being conducted via remote participation. Every effort will be made to ensure that the public can adequately access the proceedings as provided for in the order. A reminder that persons who would like to listen to this meeting while in progress may do so by calling the phone number 1-508-945-4410. Conference ID is 134-208-476#, or join the meeting online via Microsoft Teams through the link in the posted agenda. While this is a live broadcast and simulcast on Channel 18, despite our best efforts, we may not be able to provide for real-time access. We will post a record of this meeting on this town's website as soon as possible. So, welcome again, everyone. Please, if you're not on the not participating in the discussion, please mute your mic and turn off your cameras. We'll get to see everything you're doing, so you might want to just do that. Secondly, let's start with a roll call. Hang on. Start with our Vice Chair, Shireen Davis.
Present.
Our Clerk, Corey Metters.
Present.
Board Member Dean Nicastro.
Present.
And Board Member Jeff Dykins.
Present.
And the Chair, Peter Kokolas, is present. Let me just review the agenda for tonight. I have one small change. First, we'll have the minutes for January 4th. Then we'll have our normal public announcements and any agenda item requests that anyone has, either on the board or from the public. And then we get into our new business. And the first thing on our new business is the coronavirus update. The next thing is our public comments on business agenda. I move that to after the public hearing. So after the coronavirus update, we'll do the two public hearings. The first one is appeal on a mooring non-renewal at Stage Harbor Marina. The second one are some traffic safety committee recommendations for the board, which include stop signs and intersection on Wilford Road, no overnight parking west end of Water Street, and no parking on the north side of Barcliff Avenue. Then go into public comments on the agenda item that are following. Again, comments on the agenda items that are following. The first one is an update on Old Comers Road intersection improvements. Then consider declaring 127 Old Harbor Road surplus for affordable housing. Next is consider housing initiatives from the 2018 Housing Production Plan, recommendation Chatham Community Housing Partnership. And I hear a lot of noise in the background. Somebody's not muting their you help me with that, Alex? Okay, thanks. Then the final one is consider Board of Health recommendations to hold all municipal meetings remotely during the surge in COVID-19 cases, and then we'll go into an executive session, not returning to the public meeting. So let's start with our minutes of January 14th. If we could start with just a motion to approve.
So moved.
And do we have a second?
Second.
Any, Dean, I see your hands up.
Yeah, just a minor one, Mr. Chairman, on page 4, very first line, there's a reference to a temporary treatment plant. I don't think we're building a new plant. I think we're just putting a large filter into that plant. So I would suggest the word plant be stricken and something like the word apparatus be inserted in its place.
Okay. Anything else? Anyone else? Okay. Seeing none, let's take a vote. Start with Corey.
Aye.
Jeff.
Aye.
Dean.
Aye.
Shireen.
Aye.
And the chair says aye. So next are public announcement agenda item requests. Anything from the board? I see Dean's hands up. Anyone else? Just before
I'm taking it down.
and Corey. Okay. Go ahead, Dean.
I'm taking it down. That was left
Oh,
up
I'm sorry.
a moment ago.
Corey.
Well, one announcement, and then I believe there's the chairman of the Independence Day Parade Committee is also on to make an announcement. But the one
Okay.
I want to bring to the public's attention is a reminder that on this Thursday, 4:00, the Waterways Advisory Committee will be opening up a public hearing. It will be done totally virtually, so you can join via the link on the town's website. And they are going to open up the public hearing to discuss revisions to the waterway bylaws. So that is this Thursday, 4:00, virtually. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Justin, I see your hands up.
Hi there. Hopefully here to provide something to look forward to and a little light at the end of the tunnel for everyone right now. But we were very pleased to be able to offer a live parade last summer, and we look forward to hopefully being able to do one again. We are all hoping that this surge is over by then. So I'm here tonight to ask the community for suggestions for this year's parade theme. The 2022 parade theme suggestion form is now available on our website, which is www.chathamparade.com. We are asking for all submissions to be submitted by February 15th. And there's two ways to do that. The preferred way is to go to the website. Again, that's www.chathamparade.com. Complete the online form and just submit it electronically. There's also a form that you can download, and we're asking for people to just email that to us if they can. And if neither of those options work for people, just send us an email at chathamparade@gmail.com, and we'll work with you to get your theme suggestion in. But we plan to announce the theme sometime in March, allowing everyone time to prepare for the 4th, and we look forward to hearing the great ideas that the town always comes up with. So thank you.
Thanks a lot, Justin. You guys always do a great job. Super.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other public announcements or agenda item requests? Okay, I don't see any others. Let's move over to our new business and a coronavirus update. Dr. Bob on? I see his name here, but he may be on phone.
Oh, I'm here.
There you are.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Thank you. So for tonight's coronavirus update, as of yesterday afternoon, because reports are still coming in today, so I always usually do the day before, Chatham has had 604 confirmed cases of COVID-19 since the beginning of the pandemic. So going back to January of 2020, it's hard to believe we're now talking 2 years later. So 604 confirmed cases since the beginning of the pandemic. We've had 37 cases so far this month. So in the first 10 days of January 2022, we had 37 cases. We had 30 cases for the first 10 days of 2021. And if you remember, January of 2021 was the highest case count we had for a month at 106. And I apologize, I don't have the monthly figure tonight that I usually show you because we need to revamp it now that we're going into our 3rd year of data. So that's our total case count numbers. In terms of percent positivity and average daily incident rate, and these are numbers as of last Thursday because the state reports this data on a weekly basis. So let me share my screen quickly here. So in terms of percent positivity, and I apologize, that is not the most updated graphic. Anyway, in terms of percent positivity, we are currently, as of last Thursday, and it was for the 2 weeks prior to last Thursday, we were at 14.67%. That was the highest rate of any town on the Cape. Barnstable County last week was averaging 12.6%, and on a statewide basis, it was 15.03. So while we were below the statewide average, we were higher than the Barnstable County average. And as I said, we were the highest town on the Cape. For the average daily incident rate, we were at 102.1, and that was the fourth highest rate on the Cape. And to put that into a little bit of perspective, the week before we were at 71.7. So in a week, we went from 71.7 to 102. The average daily incident, the percent positivity went from 11% on December 30th to 14.6 on January 6th. So we were definitely seeing that huge increase due to the holiday period as well as the Omicron variant. Of the 30 some odd cases we had in January of this year, roughly 41% of those were in unvaccinated individuals. So something we're again seeing, we're seeing about a 50-50 split between vaccinated and unvaccinated individuals. And again, similar to what we've seen before, the highest number of cases on a statewide basis, and this also mirrored what we were seeing in Chatham, was in the 20 to 39 age demographic. So 20 to 29-year-olds and then 30 to 39-year-olds is where the vast majority of the cases are occurring. And just quickly to touch on hospitalizations, roughly 92% of the hospital beds in Massachusetts are occupied, and approximately 85% of beds, ICU beds, are occupied. So as we've been reporting for several weeks, months now, while the Omicron variant is less severe in terms of causing illness, the sheer number of infections is so high with the Omicron variant that it is starting to impact hospitalizations. And also we're starting to see an uptick in the death rate. And again, that's not because it's a severe illness, but just because of the sheer number of people that are getting ill. Obviously, there will always be some people because of underlying conditions and whatnot that are impacted. And I'm sure everyone has heard the governor activated another 500 members of the National Guard earlier today to assist with hospital staffing. There have been about 500 of those members activated just after Christmas. And so another 500 members were activated today to support hospital staffing needs. A couple other things I just want to touch on. Hopefully everyone is aware that the Board of Health met in emergency session last Thursday and passed an indoor mask mandate effective last Friday for all indoor locations that are open to the public in the town of Chatham, as well as the board, in light of the Omicron variant and how easily it's transmitted, and in concert with the recommendations from both the CDC and the State Department of Public Health, the board is recommending, they are not requiring, but they are strongly recommending the use of N95, KN95, or multi-layer surgical masks in lieu of cloth face masks. If you have a cloth face mask and it's only a single layer of cloth, you're much better off switching to one of those other three options because a single layer cloth face mask is not very effective at preventing the spread of the highly transmissible Omicron variant. I just wanted to make sure that folks were aware that DESE, which is the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, has yesterday extended their mask mandate in schools through February 28th. And they will revisit that towards the end of February to see how things are going. Yesterday, the Baker administration also announced a new tool to get your vaccination card, if you will, Most people have that paper vaccination card from the CDC. But I'm sure if you're traveling to Boston, you're aware that starting this weekend in Boston, providing proof of vaccination will be mandatory for restaurants and other venues. So yesterday, the state launched a digital vaccine card. And that information is available on how to get that QR code so you can have it on your phone, so you don't need to carry that paper card around with you if you choose not to. And the information for that, we distributed that yesterday. And it's also up on the state's website, how you can access your digital vaccine card. And then I just wanted to make you aware, if you're not already, that earlier today, the state administration announced that they had secured a contract for 26 million rapid antigen tests. And those will be targeted primarily to the school systems throughout the Commonwealth, primarily through K through 12 schools, as well as childcare centers. So those will be available. They will coming in. They obviously will not all come in at once, but basically over the next 3 months, the state will have those 26 million rapid tests available through the schools and whatnot. And I think with that, that's it for my update today, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Duncanson. Anyone on the board? I hear feedback. Okay, anybody in the public have any questions? Oh, never mind. I see Jeff first. Go ahead.
Thanks, Peter. Bob, I just want to say good job. Very informative. You touched all the bases. Keep up the good work. Gosh, I thought we'd be done with this by now, but we are not. So, but keep up the good work. Those are excellent reports. You had all the high spots, and really appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you, Jeff. Elaine is on.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just quickly, I just wanted to point out that the director of the CDC, Dr. Walensky, said yesterday, I found it a stunning statistic that 75% of all the deaths in the United States now were in the group of people who had 4 or more comorbidities. So, I mean, that's remarkable. I didn't know you could have 4 comorbidities or more. So that the people who are dying from this are very, very sick to begin with. And so they may have had COVID, but there were other factors. So despite the fact that the numbers are increasing, you know, I think there are still people out there who probably have it and don't even know it, or they have tested at home and they're not recorded, but they're doing fine. Because is it true, Dr. Duncanson, that all these numbers are only coming from those who have had PCRs done?
That is correct. This does not include people that are doing home antigen tests.
Right. So, I mean, there's probably a lot of people, the numbers are probably higher with either no symptoms or very mild symptoms, which I think puts it in a little bit of perspective here, that the people who are getting really sick or dying are very, very sick to begin with. That's all I had. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elaine. Let's see. I saw another hand up there for a minute and it's gone. Anyone else from the public? Just take one more chance. Okay, that looks fine. Thank you, Dr. Duncanson.
You're welcome.
Okay, next up is our public hearings. We have 2 public hearings. The first one is an appeal of the mooring non-renewable Stage Harbor Marina from John Marsh. And I guess Corey should read part of it. And then we have our harbor master that will give a little background also.
All right, Peter, in lieu of the formal notice that I have in the packet, I will cover the first paragraph for notification.
Okay.
All right. So Tuesday, January 11th, 2022, Chatham Select Board will hold a public hearing for an appeal of mooring non-renewal Stage Harbor Marina, John Marsh. In accordance with the town's waterway bylaw, section 265-23B, paren 2, close paren, John Marsh has submitted a second appeal to the Select Board regarding the non-renewal of a commercial rental mooring by Stage Harbor Marine. Stage Harbor Marine is the current holder of the mooring permit issued by the harbor master. After hearing the appeal, the Select Board shall render their decision within 21 days of this hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. And welcome, Stuart.
Good good evening, I guess. As Corey mentioned, this is a somewhat of a continuation, but this is a non-renewal of a mooring permit by Stage Harbor Marine that had been previously leased to Mr. Marsh. The bylaw on B1 under 265-23 says that the Board of Selectmen shall hear and rule upon all appeals initiated under this bylaw. So that's your role tonight. And I might suggest that since Stage Harbor Marine is one of the subject people involved and the one who didn't renew, that maybe they would go first and followed by Mr. Marsh.
Okay. All right. Let's see. I see that we have both people here. It's Andy Menike. All right.
Hello,
Hello, Andy, and welcome.
thank you. I would like to ask Mel Hamilton, who should be on here, to speak for Stage Harbor Marine, if that's okay.
Sure. I
Mel,
see his hands up and I see him on screen. So, Mel, welcome.
Good evening, folks. Am I being heard?
Yes.
Yes.
Excellent. I'm Milford R. Hamilton. I live in Chatham most of the year and have been employed at as a launch tender and dock master, mooring master, yard worker with Stage Harbor Marine in varying degrees on and off for 25 years. I've also been a dock master at Onset Bay Marina in Wareham, dock master and launch tender at Provincetown Marina and moorings in Provincetown. Ferry captain and launch tender at Flyers Boatyard, also in Provincetown, bosun and officer on deck at the New York Yacht Club in Newport, Rhode Island. I've also been a charter captain, a delivery captain, anywhere from Portland, Maine to Fort Lauderdale and the British Virgin Islands. Andy asked me to speak here tonight to support his decision to terminate Stage Harbor Marine's business relationship with John Marsh, the petitioner. And a sworn affidavit was emailed and forwarded to each one of the board members, which contains accounts of the number of actions I've witnessed taken by the petitioner over some years. The account outlines a pattern of behavior which violate not only local regulations, Massachusetts law, but also the written policies of Stage Harbor Marine and many of the unwritten yet widely accepted marine industry standards of behavior. To be sure, Stage Harbor Marine does not keep a formal ledger of bad acts and bad actors where we could reference dates and events and things like that. There's never been a need for that, as far as I've been there. Infractions are communicated to customers and regularly discussed with management, and there's rarely been any further issue that I can remember. And this whole incident, I've never seen Andy angry in the 25 years that I've worked there, nor I've never seen him raise his voice in anger, nor have I ever seen him not renew a mooring agreement until now. And I think it's a testament to Andy Mica's demeanor that the action he took early last summer had not been taken sooner. Indeed, it's Andy's natural aversion to confrontation and his easygoing demeanor which may have encouraged and emboldened the petitioner's abuse of marina privileges and a violation of many of Stage Harbor Marine's policies. Based on my 25 years of marina and waterfront management experience, and if it were my decision to make, the petitioner's mooring agreement would have been voided years ago. And I also want to raise this, and it may or may not be relevant, but it keeps popping up in my mind, and it may very well ultimately be the crux of this dispute. Court decisions at the state and federal levels have established that private commercial enterprises can refuse service to anyone at any time for any legal reason. That the petitioner is not a member of a protected class, it would appear to me that Stage Harbor Marine's decision stands on the legal merits alone. That being said, if you allow Stage Harbor Marine's decision to stand, the mooring will simply go to the next candidate on our waiting list, or the harbor master's waiting list for that matter. Anyone who's been on that list will be thrilled to have a mooring, and I'm sure will be diligent, abiding by the rules, regulations, and policies and customs that are in our mooring agreement, because they know that that agreement could be voided. Not capriciously, not arbitrarily. And this is important because clearly after 50 years of doing business in Chatham as Stage Harbor Marina, that is not Andy Micah's nor Stage Harbor Marine's way of doing business. To my knowledge, this has never happened to Stage Harbor Marine before, but it has happened elsewhere. I've contacted colleagues to hear how they deal with situations such as this in their mooring fields, and was told difficult customers and bad actors are removed from their moorings and their contracts canceled all the time without dispute. I would even wager the Chatham Harbor Master has done this as well. So the precedent is out there. The petitioner claims in his letter dated December 21st, and I think it was in the third paragraph, quote, "None of this ever happened." I read this with some amusement as I recalled the mischaracterizations he presented during his last appearance before the board regarding this matter, a testament to which I was not given an opportunity to abut. But if this appeal continues, I will acquire the transcript of that meeting and I will relish the opportunity to respond to him line by line, whether it's here or in another jurisdiction. Finally, I have moved on. I'm no longer a full-time employee with Stage Harbor Marine, partially due to incidences and personalities such as these. I am here because Andy called me to provide the select board with my information and insights that will hopefully assist you in your deliberations on this matter. I have no interest in the outcome here. But I must add in closing that someone is misrepresenting the events in this dispute, but there's only one who has a reason to. So as you read my account under oath, I hope you will consider all that in your deliberations. That's all I have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mel. Can I just ask one question, and I may have to go to Andy just quickly, just to confirm that you have never had an opportunity to not renew a license previously.
Not in the 25 years that I've worked for them. Not to my knowledge.
No.
Okay. Thank you, Mel.
You're very good. Thank you.
Anything else, Andy? I'll move on to either Stuart if you have anything, but I figured we'd just move on to Mr. Marsh.
Okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, Select Board and Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much for your time. I just want to make sure and confirm that you can hear me.
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to start out, please, by asking Mr. Stuart Smith a couple of questions. Would that be okay?
Let me ask Stuart first. How do you feel about that, Stuart? Normally we wouldn't do that, but go ahead.
It's whatever the board's comfortable with. It's up to you folks.
And this is factual, it's not personal, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, good evening, Mr. Smith, and thank you for attending the hearing. Andy Micah has made some fairly outrageous claims about my actions, as well as Mel Hamilton, and my character and my behavior with Stage Harbor. He talks about this in general terms, but I've seen nothing specific in his December letter to me, just generalizations, and I haven't been provided with the document that Mr. Hamilton has allegedly claimed to submit to the board. But anyway, Andy goes on to claim that I have been inconsiderate, discourteous, and acted in illegal ways. He says that I've abused privileges, that I've verbally abused his staff, and that I've illegally tampered with private property. And Andy Micah has said that I've been doing these horrible things for 8 years. Mr. Smith, have you ever heard of, or have you have any knowledge of any complaints about me or my character or behavior from anyone other than Stage Harbor in the past?
No.
And I'm also going to ask you, have you been made aware of anything from Stage Harbor or Andy Micah, any of these allegations about me from them prior to this past July 2021?
No.
Okay. One more question. From time to time, and for any number of reasons, like for instance, a hurricane warning, have you seen or permitted other boats not belonging to the mooring renter to be moored on that person's mooring for a few days in Stage Harbor?
You kind of broke up on my end. I'm sorry. Can you say it again?
Okay, I apologize. From time to time, and for any number of reasons, and for instance, a hurricane warning, have you seen or permitted other boats not belonging to the mooring renter to be moored on that person's mooring for a few days in Stage Harbor?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I am going to try to present my position here and hopefully be able to answer many of the things that Mel Hamilton has said tonight. Last Friday, Harbor Master Stuart Smith provided the Select Board with a copy of the Chatham Fair and Equitable Mooring Assignment Policies. That document clearly states that a decision to not renew a customer's rental mooring must have reasonable cause. In other words, Andy Micah has to have a justifiable reason to not renew my mooring. That reason cannot be arbitrary or capricious. In Section 265-14-1B of the Town of Chatham Waterways Regulation states, each recreational boating facility, in this case Stage Harbor Marine, shall subscribe to and be bound by this fair and equitable mooring assignment policy. These regulations further state that no recreational boating facility shall fail to renew a mooring rental assignment without having complied with the applicable provisions of the policy. Andy Micah and Stage Harbor Marine have to show cause. Andy has to prove I did something terribly wrong. I do not believe Andy has done that, or at least nothing that I have seen or heard or been communicated by Andy or anyone from his staff in the past. I have done nothing wrong. And if I did do anything wrong, whatever I did was not ever told to me by Andy Micah or anyone else at Stage Harbor Marine. Mel had mentioned that these issues are communicated to customers. That has never, ever happened to me. No one has ever said anything to me to the contrary about any negative behavior from Stage Harbor Marine or Andy Micah in the past. When you read the meeting minutes from the August 10 Select Board hearing this past summer, and this is important, it says that Andy Micah acknowledged at that hearing that none of these issues with me have been brought to my attention in the past. That is in the meeting minutes. This past summer, Andy Micah attempted to revoke my mooring without giving me any reason. He did not give me a 10-day written notice nor state his reasons. And he did not provide the harbor master a copy of any written notice. Andy failed to give proper notice. This action and lack thereof is not consistent with the town policies and regulations that govern Stage Harbor Marine. At the hearing this summer, Andy Micah mentioned to me using water at his docks was an issue. I believe mooring renters have the right to use water at his docks. I've never been told otherwise, and I see other mooring renters washing their boats all the time. So therefore, no cause. Andy also mentioned at the August hearing an issue of late payments. But this is not an issue because I was permitted by Andy to be delayed, and hence there were no accounts past due, so no cause here. Andy Micah has claimed that I did not furnish Stage Harbor Marine with a physical address. And this is grounds for terminating my mooring rental? Really? I live in rural Idaho. They don't deliver mail to my home, so I have to use a post office box. Another of Andy's positions is that I transferred my agreement. I never transferred my agreement. I simply put my brother's boat on my mooring for 4 days this past July during a hurricane warning for the Cape and Islands when there was nowhere else for the boat to go. It was clear to me that this was acceptable with Stage Harbor Marine, as their dock manager, Mel, took a half hour or so to fashion the boat with a proper mooring pennant and bridle, and he attached that to the mooring ball I had rented, then said, "You're all set now." Section 265-18 of the Waterways Code states, at times when a mooring is not being used by a permit holder, the mooring may be used by another vessel with the approval of the permit holder. I got that approval from Mel with Stage Harbor, who is the dock master there this summer for those 4 days. So no cause here. Finally, another of Andy Micah's positions he has called attention to is his right to terminate my agreement with him in his sole discretion for any reason whatsoever. And that is contrary to the rules set forth, endorsed, and published by the town. One more of Andy's positions is that he has cause due to poor behavior on my part. And I think Mel alluded to that incorrectly tonight. In his letter to me of December 10th, 2021, Andy Micah alleges that I have been a very bad person for a very long time. However, these accusations could not be more fabricated and untrue. I have provided you all last week with a half dozen letters from my Stage Harbor mooring neighbors that not only thoroughly contradict everything negative Andy has said about me, but these letters go on to point out and emphasize how professional, polite, respectful, caring, and responsible I am, and how much of an asset I am in the harbor. And these come from individuals who have been in Chatham Harbor and boaters for many, many years, and these are very unbiased letters of support from me that you have. Based on the explanations and facts I mentioned here and in my rebuttal letter to the Select Board on January 7th, I believe there is no cause for non-renewal of my mooring. Andy Micah is really stretching while attempting to show cause. I didn't do anything wrong, and I am not a bad person. And to this day, Andy has not once or ever said anything to me about these issues or documented any specific event or occurrence. The punishment has to fit the crime. In this case, the punishment being I will lose my Stage Harbor mooring for the rest of my sailing life because there is nowhere else on Cape Cod to go. Wait list for a mooring in Chatham and other Cape towns is 15 to 20 years long. That's an exceptionally harsh punishment for a crime. I still have no idea what that crime could possibly be. Andy Micah's action is blatantly unfair for an offense I did not do. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Marsh. Stuart, any comments, or I'm going to turn it over to the board for questions, and then we can have that could be part of there could be a rebuttal on both sides.
Sure. I don't have anything to add, Mr. Chairman. The bylaws put this in the Board of Selectmen's hands at this juncture.
Okay, thank you, Stuart. The only comment I'll make, this is the second time around, and the reason that it's the second time around is because the notice was not given to Mr. Marsh at the time, and a number of the comments that Mr. Marsh made were identified at that time. So we hope that they could reach an agreement afterwards. It's coming back to us. So we also have something new which we received from Mel, and also some of the letters that were sent in by Mr. Marsh or people with Mr. Marsh. Do I have anyone on the board that has questions? We're getting into a little bit of he said, she said. Shireen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. These questions are for Stuart. Hi, Stuart. How are you tonight? So can you run through for me how the approval process goes for a marina with somebody who's getting a mooring? I guess basically I know that if I apply for a mooring, I have a specific boat and say I want to put it on this mooring and I've been approved for a mooring, you say whether that boat is okay or not, or if that's a good place for it. Do you go through that process with a marina to approve what boats go on what moorings in the harbor?
Good evening, Shireen. Sorry, I was on mute when I was trying to respond to you.
Sorry.
So no, I don't. The marinas and boatyards in town are issued a number of moorings, each one of them different, basically set by history, if you will. And then the marina decides, where they're going to put their customers. They have to comply with the regulations and the mooring tackle, but they, by and large, decide where those boats go. And I only become involved when there's a dispute on if they're hitting each other or things like that.
Okay, so so all right, so it is they have a bit of autonomy when it comes to who goes where. Is that what I'm understanding?
They have a bit of autonomy, yes.
Okay. The other question I had, Stuart, when I was reading the bylaw, and I know we're going through a bylaw review and whatnot, and with the appeals process, I just it on 265-23 it says statutory appeals. Any individual entity aggrieved by a decision of the harbor master shall have the right to pursue or appeal to the decision of the Division of Waterways, and moves on to say on the local appeals process, the board shall hear and rule upon all appeals initiated under that bylaw. Did you approve or disapprove or this process at all? Were you involved in the process at all?
I was not involved in the process of the adoption of those bylaws. These bylaws were a result of the Inspector General's investigation into the mooring.
No, I'm sorry. You misunderstood what I tried to say. Did you have any part in the process of denying or not renewing Mr. Marsh's mooring?
No.
Okay. All right. That's what I wanted to know. All right. That's all the questions I have for right now, and I'll just send it right back to the chair. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you, Shireen. Jeff has his hand up.
Yeah, thanks, Peter. I guess I had the same question that Shireen had in terms of standing and for the board to hear this appeal. Are we the appropriate party to hear the appeal because it did not run through the harbor master's office? So I think we need to address that question, number one. Number two, I'd like to know if there are standards of behavior that marinas have out there in terms of folks that they lease their moorings to. Are there particular standards of behavior that they want to see in their lessees? And do those standards include not speeding, not docking when you're not supposed to dock, getting dock master's permission to dock, abiding by the fuel line and who's in line for the fuel line, et cetera. So I just want to know, and it would obviously with in particular respect to State Harbor Marine, but were those, some of those rules are kind of unspoken and you'll learn them over time, but some of them are apparent too. So I just want to know if those were apparent to this particular lessee, Mr. Marsh, the plaintiff, and other folks that lease moorings from State Harbor Marine or other marinas. I wouldn't mind hearing from other marina owners as well. I see some online. And I have more to say, but I'd like those questions answered. The standing question is one in particular I think we ought to talk about just a bit. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Dean, I see your hands up. You're on mute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for Stuart. Hi, Stuart. Has, in your experience, since this appeals bylaw went into effect and the policy for commercial rental moorings was adopted, have there been any appeals or submitted to the select board from a decision of a recreational boating facility?
No.
No.
This is the first one.
Yeah.
Do you, in light of the interesting question that Shireen identified as between paragraph A and paragraph B of section 265-23, where paragraph A refers to an individual aggrieved by a decision of the harbor master, but then paragraph B2 talks about the select board having the jurisdiction to hear an appeal that's from a decision of an action, I should say, action of either the harbor master or the recreational boating facility. Was it everybody's understanding when this was adopted that an action by a boating facility, recreational boating facility, would constitute something that was the subject of the jurisdiction of the select board to hear on appeal? Because they've left out, you see the point, that Shireen put her finger on this earlier.
Yep.
Yeah,
I don't know if the new redraft is going to deal with this, but there's something missing, I think.
Well, the new redraft does deal with this because this is somewhat of a messy bylaw that we've talked about in the past. If you look at part 3 under B, that's kind of an interesting paragraph. It says any party to the local appeals process aggrieved by the decision of the Board of Selectmen may appeal pursuant to MGL 91 and 310 CMR, providing they qualify for such an appeal. I think that's an interesting statement because I think my guess is the architects of the bylaw were trying to figure out how is somebody making an appeal of the Board of Selectmen going to get to the Division of Waterways when the statute says it has to be a decision of the harbor master.
Yeah.
So I think that's why they say if they qualify for such an appeal, all other appeals by the Board of for the Board of Selectmen have to go to Superior Court. That's kind of an interesting statute too, because the statute says the remedies you should at least try administratively, which means to the Division of Waterways. This is one of the items that the Waterways Committee has been trying to deal with for a number of years, and you'll see the new draft tries to deal with this.
Yeah, it's a side issue. That last sentence in 3 that you just cited, it looks as though the town of Chatham is conferring jurisdiction in court upon an aggrieved party, and we have no authority to do that.
Exactly.
Anyway, well, it's before us, and I think the implication of paragraph 2 is that the select board must be viewed as having authority to handle the appeal, because it does say action of the recreational boating facility. I did want to say, Mr. Chair, thank you, Stuart. I did want to say, Mr. Chairman, because Mr. Marsh in his presentation said he had not seen Mr. Hamilton's affidavit that Mr. Hamilton alluded to. It probably would be in the interest of fairness for this hearing for Stage Harbor Marine or Mr. Hamilton, if they choose, to articulate some of the particulars that underscore the reasons for the denial of the renewal. I would suggest that possibly be laid out for our consideration. And it is a public hearing, and I think it's important that all the facts be out there. We've seen them. I mean, I think we've all read the affidavit. It came in late this afternoon. But I would certainly suggest that the boating facility be invited to articulate any of the particulars, the specifics.
Yeah.
Support,
Thank you, Dean. Yeah,
support the position.
I would agree. We
may have
more
questions later.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I may have something else. I want to reserve the right to come back. Thanks.
I understand. Before we do that, let me, unless Corey's up next, and I'll give you a chance to do that before I go back over to Mel. Corey.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Peter. No, I mean, as already been stated, this is not an action of the harbor master. This is, it's one of those, clarity issues. Like, this seems to be more of a dispute between the marina and the mooring holder. But what I'm looking for some clarity on is more on the mechanics on notification to the mooring holder. And I'm referring to the lease between the boatyard and Mr. Marsh, and on section 17, and I'm just going to read this paragraph and I'll follow up with a question, because this kind of in part goes to some of the accusations that are made in the affidavit, and it says, if any behavior or boating practice puts the safety of other customers, vessels, or property at risk, violates any federal, state, or local town of Chatham waterway bylaw or land laws or statutes, SHM, State Harbor Marine, reserves the right after 7-day notice to terminate service, mooring, and or dockage services provided to the vessel, resulting in immediate owner/customer removal of said vessel and property from SHM, State Harbor Marine, boundaries, and will require prior payment in full on all account balances. Oh, now, just for clarity, what notices, I guess besides the letter dated December of 2021, has the leaseholder received? I don't know if that can be answered by anybody.
Can I answer that?
Sure.
Go ahead.
I mean,
Yeah, Mr. Marsh, go ahead.
I've received nothing. This is what I've been trying to say, and I want to reiterate what I said a couple minutes ago in my talk. Andy was asked this very same question at the meeting in August this summer, and if you look at the meeting minutes, it says that Andy Micah acknowledged at that hearing that none of the issues with me have been brought to my attention in the past. So I have received nothing in writing about poor behavior, conduct, discourteous, illegal actions, nothing in the past.
So my follow-up question is, would the letter dated of December 2021 qualify for that 7-day notice, quote, quote? And I'm not a lawyer, so I'm just throwing that out there for those who are better schooled in the law. So.
Okay, hold that
I don't have an answer. Hold that thought. Exactly.
Yeah, hold that thought.
You mean the letter of December 14th, Corey? The letter
Correct.
from Mr. Mike.
December 14, 2021. Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Let me go back to Mr. Hamilton, and if you could, probably just best to read your statement and get that on the record.
Okay. I'll skip the preamble, but this will go through the 4 accounts that relate to both the letters that went out from State Harbor Marine and came back. The first account relates to the petitioner's frequent speeding of his tender through the State Harbor complex to and from his boat at speeds well above the 5-mile-an-hour no-wake speed limit set by the harbor master. This being, despite being reminded numerous times to have observed the speed limit. Although this is not our job, SHM, State Harbor Marine, strongly encourages adherence to the speed limit for not simply safety reasons, but for the damage a speeding vessel's wake does to the floating docks and to the boats secured to them. Tony Murphy and I used to have to fix them every spring, so I know how that goes. The second account relates to SHM's fueling operations. The fuel dock complex there is not a very large one and frequently finds itself overrun with customers looking to buy fuel, particularly on busy summer weekends. During these busy times, the dock staff's role is to ensure that the order of service remains as first come, first served, despite that the next customer may be some distance from the dock. I witnessed on 2 occasions the petitioner jumped the line, thus upsetting the customer flow. And on one of those occasions followed up with an exchange of some sort with the dock attendant. Now, I was not privy to what the exchange was. I was up at the marina. But John Shepard, who was the dock boy at the time, 14, 15 years old, was visibly upset, and he's a pretty tough character. My third account refers to a pattern of behavior by the petitioner on SHM docks. As a courtesy, SHM's mooring customers are often afforded time to access the docks for on and off loading, limited washdown, and to take water. These dock privileges are granted to the mooring holders at the discretion of senior management or the dock master based on the availability of dock space and other conditions. On at least 4 occasions that I can remember, the petitioner was granted access to the dock to rinse his boat, but remained on the dock for hours washing and detailing his 40-foot sailboat. Additionally, on one occasion, it was discovered the petitioner made arrangements with a Stage Harbor Marine slip holder to occupy his slip while he was out fishing. This, thus attempting to entirely circumvent the dock master altogether. This frequent abuse of dock privilege was made known to him by management and dock staff, but did nothing to change the behavior. I was there. My final account relates to tampering with private property, and this one sticks with me even today, although it was years ago. It was during an afternoon shift as dock master launch tender. I observed a large sailboat, 40 to 45 feet, seemingly underway in the inner harbor. This was immediately concerning in that I had sighted this sailboat on one of Stage Harbor's moorings just a few hours before and had subsequently brought the owners and crew ashore in Stage Harbor's launch. From my perspective at the marina, a large unoccupied yacht, which I had seen secured to a mooring, was now apparently underway in the inner harbor. I went out there in the launch, and as I approached the scene, I saw the petitioner and a passenger in an inflatable tender powered only by an outboard engine with the transient yacht in tow. The petitioner had boarded the transient yacht without the owner's knowledge or permission and cast it off from the mooring. That's illegal. I repeatedly and emphatically insisted that the boat be returned and secured to its mooring, which the petitioner ultimately did. After which I was verbally abused by the petitioner, and the footnote clearly states what he called me. This is a sworn statement, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. I was there. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Him. Before we go, anything from the board? I can go out to the public.
Yeah, I have just one question. Peter didn't put my hand up, so I know Dean did if he wants to go before me.
Go ahead, Dean.
Let Shereen go.
Oh, thank you. Again, this might be a question for Stuart, or just a general knowledge question. Stuart, so obviously the town, the mooring area, the permitted area is the private, it's public property. Does the marina own the equipment, the mooring equipment, tackle and all that? Is that?
Yes, they do.
And they're responsible for the maintaining of that?
Yes.
So the town does not have that, or does not own the tackle gear or anything like that?
Not Stage Harbor Marine's mooring.
Okay. Okay. So effectively, the marinas is the one that ties up the boat to the mooring. Am I right?
Well, the boat owner usually ties up the boat.
Well, I mean, the conduit between the mooring and the boat is the marina, is what I'm trying. Okay. All right. I'm still trying to get at jurisdiction here, guys. I'm still trying to get my head around this issue for us. Okay, that's all I have.
Thank you, Shereen. Dean, go ahead.
I have a question for Stuart as well. Stuart, I'm looking at the fair and equitable policy that's been included in the materials and that Mr. Marsh has cited to. So it says in the third paragraph, commercial rental mooring operators, commercial rental mooring operators may decline to renew for any commercially reasonable cause, including but not limited to changes in physical characteristics or purposes of vessels within the mooring field, failure to pay outstanding invoice debt to the facility, failure to abide by federal, state, or local law or facility management policies, and unsafe or disruptive behavior regarding other boaters, facility staff, or the visiting public. So I think you were the harbor master when this was put. Yes, you signed on to it in 2009. Was it your understanding at the time when this was adopted that other than compliance with, on the part of the mooring facility, compliance with these obligations, it wasn't the intent of the town to interfere with the general running of the mooring facilities business?
Well, that period in the period immediately preceding that date was sort of a transition period in which the town, yes, took a very much of a hands-off approach to the moorings that the marinas and boatyards owned, in that they obtained a permit, and after that, the town was not involved. That continues to this day, except the Inspector General found issue with that and insisted that the town, the harbor master specifically, monitor the use of those mooring fields to ensure that they were being done in a fair process. So since then, we monitor those through this bylaw. We monitor the boatyard's use of the moorings, but they still retain the right to lease to whom they choose, and we become involved when there's a reported abuse, there's any coercion, as the Inspector General's report found, where boatyards were alleged to have been, forcing people to buy products from them in order to rent a mooring. That doesn't happen anymore as a result of that investigation, and that's policed through these bylaws. So I don't know if that answers your question, other than we develop the bylaws, the regulations, and still, I think appropriately, the marinas and the boatyards are the ones who manage those day-to-day, where the boats go and their customers.
Thank you. No, it's been very helpful, Stuart. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I know you were about to invite comments from the public, and I certainly support that. It's a public hearing. But at some point, I would be interested in hearing from both sides responses to the presentations on the other side, including whether the marina in particular has any additional specifics they want to bring forward, and on the other side, hearing from Mr. Marsh as to whether he has anything additional to say in rebuttal. I suggest that could take place after we hear from anyone in the public who wants to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean. And that I would agree. My plan was to get some public input, to come back, and then that would be it for public input, and we'd have our deliberations and discussion.
Excuse me, do I get a chance to offer some rebuttal to?
Yeah.
Rebuttal? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it'd be both sides. Dean mentioned both sides.
Thank you.
Okay, and anyone from the public? Notice that we have a number of people on here who'd like to get into this. Any comments? I don't see any, and I'm going all the way down our list. Okay, let me bring it back to the board, and let's start off with Let's start off with Mr. Marsh this time as a rebuttal to whatever Mr. Hamilton said, and then we'll come back to Mr. Hamilton or to Mr. Menike.
Okay, thank you. One thing I wanted to mention is I spend my summers in Chatham and I'm on my boat quite a bit. I'm in and around Stage Harbor pretty much every day. Not this past summer because of the dispute. I wasn't there at all, although my boat was on the mooring. I used the town dock. But in years past, I'm there every day. There has never been any mention from Mel or Andy Micah or anyone else at Stage Harbor, and I want to repeat, of any issues of my conduct or my behavior in and around the harbor or in and around their marina. Never. I think it's kind of interesting and quite frankly unfair that Mel Hamilton has presented you all with something that I have not seen before. I think that's a little unusual, and I would question why I haven't been presented with his affidavit. And as far as his comments, his 4 comments, I will start by saying that he has allegedly made some claims about my behavior around the harbor, and I believe that is a law enforcement issue. And I believe Mr. Stuart Smith has said earlier tonight that he's received absolutely no complaints whatsoever about my behavior in and around the harbor. I will ask you guys again to read the letters that the letters of support for me that I issued to you last week. I think once you read those, you would find quite a contrast into what Mel has said about my actions and what other people have said about my actions. As far as the fuel dock that Mel mentions, I think that's a bit humorous because I have a sailboat. And I fill up my sailboat with fuel at the beginning of every year. It takes about 45 gallons. I use about 20 gallons. So I don't ever remember in 8 years of going to the Stage Harbor fuel dock with my sailboat. I don't need fuel for the entire year. So when Mel says on 2 occasions that I jumped the line, I think that's kind of interesting because I don't ever remember getting fuel for my boat. And then he mentioned something about water, and this is really puzzling to me because I haven't been to their dock, their fuel dock for water for years. There's an individual there that has a slip, a T-dock slip, and I can't remember his last name, but his first name's Bob, and he owns a boat called Headhunter. And I would ask Bob if he was leaving the next day. This is the fishing boat that Mel alluded to. I would ask Bob if he was leaving the next day, could I come in and do a wash on my boat and fill up my water tanks? And he'd say, sure, as long as I'm not here. And every time I did that, which was probably, maybe 2 or 3 times this summer, but every time I did that, I also obtained acknowledgement and approval from someone at Stage Harbor Marine for me to tie to Bob's slip. I didn't go to the fuel dock. I went to Bob's slip. I had permission from Bob, and I had permission from someone at Stage Harbor Marine. And I would entertain that I could ask any one of the number of people under oath at Stage Harbor if they remember me doing so, and I believe they would always say yes. So I don't know why Mel mentioned that. And then his last thing about the illegal act about trailing my boat, I have no idea when that was or what he is talking about. So unless Stage Harbor comes and tells me about these events and follows that up with some sort of documentation and then talks to the harbor master about it, then obviously it couldn't have been a very big offense. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marsh. Either Andy or Mr. Hamilton. Any comments? Any more comments? I wouldn't mention that his comments were an affidavit. I see still on. Andy, anything? And Mr. Menike?
We're still here.
Okay.
I am here as well.
Okay. Any comments?
Just
Hands up. Go ahead.
refers to Mr. Marsh's original things about why we wouldn't be in communication with the harbor master regarding internal policy things, even with the speeding through the harbor. As I mentioned, it's not our job to enforce that. And sometimes it's just a wave of the hand. And sometimes it is an audible slow down. But we would have no reason to contact the harbor master with this. So I don't know where he was going with that one. And regarding his brother's boat arriving in the harbor, we were not told when the boat was arriving or what was arriving. So the mooring was not rigged. And I think this is important that I went out there and I provided a proper bridle for that boat should not be construed as an implicit or explicit approval of him being there. He mentioned there was a blow coming. We all knew that. He had the boat secured to the mooring, a 40+ foot boat, a 37 footer, a big boat on a mooring tied with dock line, triple braided dock line, which would hold up in a blow for about an hour and a half. If I had allowed that bridle, if I had allowed that rig to stay, I'd be negligent. It clearly wasn't going to hold up. And I don't want to be dealing with a boat on the beach the next day. So that should not be construed as an implicit or explicit approval of him being there. A discussion between the two of us was how long the boat was going to be there. He said 2 to 3 days. 2 to 3 weeks, the boat was still there. That it was not acted on by senior management, I can't attribute that. I don't know if anything was said to him or not. But this is what I witnessed. And as far as the dock, the fuel dock, there was one incident in his inflatable, and the second incident was while he was borrowing his brother's Boston whaler, which I believe is a 20-footer. His brother Jim, who was also a mooring customer, that's never had a problem with Jim. And I think that's all I got. As far as using Bobby Miller's slip, the one at the end of the dock, it's not Bobby's call to say who uses his slip and who doesn't use his slip. It was a blatant way of circumventing the dockmaster. And that's all I have.
Thank you.
Do I get a chance to rebut those two items?
Okay, shortly, and then I can go back to Mr. Hamilton. We have to cut this off because go ahead.
Okay. First of all, my brother's boat came in on Tuesday, I believe, Tuesday, July 5th. It was gone by Saturday morning, July 10th, I think. So it was 3 or 4 days, not 2 or 3 weeks, as Mel has just said. Second of all, the boat came in at 4 o'clock on Tuesday afternoon. The hurricane warning was for that Thursday or Friday. We tied the dock line because it was 4 o'clock at night until we could get the proper bridle. It was going to be reversed the next day. There was no blow for at least 48 hours coming. So I don't know what Mel is talking about there. But I did want to mention that, this was my brother's boat. He has an arrangement with Andy Micah. I just put the boat there. This is not my problem. It's not my boat. And it was there for 4 days. And the minute that Andy Micah voiced any concern to me whatsoever, it was gone within the hour.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Marsh. Anything else, either from Mr. Micah or Mel? Just give you a last shot. I'll bring it back to the board.
I think we're good.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion with the board? I'll just make an observation and ask a question too. The observation is that again, this is the second time around for this. The first time around, it was delayed because there wasn't a proper notification. Notification was made. Corey makes a good point about, the date, was that sufficient, that December 14th letter. And in a lot of ways, we have disputing discussions between the two people. I am not a judge, but at the same time, we have to make a decision one way or the other. Let me ask one question. I don't know if Stuart could answer this.
Sure.
Whatever our decision is, there obviously could very likely be an appeal. How would that be done? What's the process for that? We heard a number of jurisdictional questions of who did what. What happens? Do you have an idea?
Since this is the first one,
Yeah.
That's an interesting question. It's a good question. What happens after your decision is outlined in the bylaw, but the bylaw it has trouble with it. It envisions that if somebody wants to appeal your decision, that they go to Superior Court. As Dean correctly stated, I'm not sure how they get there. The statute envisions appeals by the decision of the harbor master, and those appeals go to the Division of Waterways under DEP. So under the bylaw, if someone is aggrieved by your decision tonight, they're going to appeal it to Superior Court. And to be honest with you, because this is probably a unique bylaw for Massachusetts, I don't know how they get to the Division of Waterways with a decision of the Board of Selectmen.
Hey, thank you, Stuart. And before I go to Dean, I just make one other comment. I think after the first meeting we had in August, it was pretty clear to me that Mr. Michael was not happy with what had occurred, even though he did not make mention of it before. I was hoping the two parties could somewhat get together, but at the same time, the understanding where he's coming from and some of the issues that he has were presented by Mr. Hamilton. So let's see. I have a couple of hands up. The first one is Dean, and then Jeff.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to say, with respect to what might happen from the action or decision of the board tonight, if we make one, I think I agree with Stuart that an appeal to the state may very well fail because, as Stuart pointed out earlier, and it's my recollection from having read that the regulations and that statute, section 10A, that they're only going to hear an appeal from a decision by the harbor master, and the harbor master hasn't made a decision in this case. Going to the Superior Court of Barnstable County, they may be able to get into Superior Court on some legal theory, but I suspect this bylaw isn't going to get them in there. But that would be up to an attorney to convince the court that there's some illegal process that the town undertook, for example. I did want to address the issue of notice that Corey raised. There's supposed to be 7 days notice. Stuart, am I correct that the moorings expire on December 31st of each year? Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so on December 14th, Stage Harbor Marine sent a letter to the petitioner saying we're not going to renew. So I would take that as a notice. The letter from Ms. Formica refers to an early 2021 season incident. I'm assuming that's the incident, and maybe Mr. Micah can or Mr. Hamilton can clarify, but I'm taking that to be the incident that involved the mooring of Mr. Marsh's brother's boat, but I could be wrong. But he does outline his reasoning and in that letter. So I take that letter to be the notice that was called for under the bylaw. And with respect to violations of law, the fair and equitable policy does allow the facility to not renew if there is a failure to abide by federal, state, or local law or facility management policies. So I'm not sure there's any requirement there that they have to go to the harbor master and bring that to his attention if they perceive that there's a violation. But those are just some observations. I'm interested in hearing further discussion from other members of the board.
Okay, thank you, Dean. Stuart, do you want to speak before I go to Jeff? Or
Sure. If I could just take a second, I don't know if this will help in Shireen and I think Jeff's question. But if you look on the fourth paragraph, it's actually the last paragraph, under the fair and equitable policy, it says any person aggrieved by the decision of a commercial rental mooring operator regarding a mooring rental assignment, and it goes on to say you can appeal it according to the bylaws, and the bylaws put the appeals here. That's how we got here. I don't know if that helps with any clarification or not.
What section is that, Stuart?
It's the last paragraph in the fair and equitable policy.
Okay, in the policy.
Yeah.
Okay.
okay, thank you, Stuart.
Yep.
Jeff.
Yeah, thank you, Peter, and everybody else. I'm going to make the assumption that we do have standing, as perhaps a bit confused as it might be, given kind of the bylaw that's not clear as clear as we'd like it to be. I know this is some of the language that we would like to change, but it does say that the town clerk and harbor master within 10 days of the action of either the harbor master or a recreational boating facility from which the aggrievement arises will come to the Board of Selectmen. So I'm going to assume that with that language in the bylaw, we have standing to hear this appeal. I think it's noteworthy. I think it's of note and of singular note that this is the first time we've ever really had, well, the first time we've ever had one of these appeals. And I also think it's unfortunate that it gets this far. I think perhaps communication could have been better amongst all the parties. But that being said, if I'm to make a decision here, I'm going to land on the side of the Stage Harbor Marina, because I do believe that Stage Harbor Marine has local control over their business, and I think it's pretty clear that they reserve the right after notice, and I think they've been late on notice, but they reserve the right to terminate service, mooring, and/or dockage services provided to the vessel, resulting in immediate removal or termination of the mooring. So I believe Stage Harbor Marine has the right as a business to decide who leases their moorings or not. And given the testimony this evening, the affidavit, et cetera, I as much as I know it hurts, I waited 16 years for my mooring in Riders Cove, having had 3 moorings years ago. So anyway, I'm going to land with the Stage Harbor Marine on this if I'm to vote, and so that's how I'm going to vote. And that's what I have to say, and that's what I'm going to do. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Jeff. Stuart, your hand's still up, or is that something new?
Oh, sorry about that. Let me take it down.
Okay. Let me go to Corey and then Shireen.
Thank you, Peter. No, I feel for both parties, but obviously it's been said several times. This is the first one we've had to deal with ever. And I'm looking for something to hang my hat on mechanically that, this is the decision based on X. Yeah. So if there's any appeal down the road, they can, funnel back to where we came from. And that's why I brought up section 17 of the lease in this 7-day notice. Admittedly, I think a notice was from the Stage Harbor Marine to Mr. Marsh earlier on in the process would probably have been more beneficial. But I do think it does qualify as that 7-day notice, in the letter dated December 14th, 2021. So it's not a lot, but I do think that is mechanically enough of a process element that would give weight to Stage Harbor Marine and justifying their actions and on the leaseholder. And it's not a lot, but I think that is what very little facts that we have in place that we can, instead of going back and forth about this accusation or that accusation, we do have a letter. It's dated December 14, 2021. And I do think it could be argued it would qualify for that 7-day notice. So with that being said, I think that is the proof that I'm looking for to at least be able to make an educated, balanced decision with the assumption we have the jurisdiction that we've never had to act on before. So thank you.
Thank you. Shereen?
So I agree with Jeff on the position of standing when it comes to where we are. And I believe that, the marina has the right to its own the local control. And they should be able to reserve the right to terminate services based on their best practices or their practices. But, we see that there has been a letter that has been sent in the appropriate time. And I think that we need to honor that.
Okay, Dean?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Well, I agree with what has been said by others that there is standing for this appeal before the select board. I also believe that the notice requirement that Mr. Metters has brought up has been satisfied. I find it difficult to overturn the decision of the facility. We're supposed to find under paragraph 6 of 265-23 two things. Let me quote it. In ruling upon appeals, the Board of Selectmen shall determine A, whether there has been compliance with the provisions of this bylaw, the regulations of the harbor master, and if applicable, the policy referenced in 265-14-1. I believe that's the fair and equitable policy, Stuart.
Yes, it is.
As the same may be amended from time to time. And B, whether the action or decision of the harbor master or the recreational boating facility was arbitrary or capricious. I don't find that the actions of the marina were arbitrary or capricious or not in compliance with the bylaw. And I understand and accept what Stuart's provided, the background that Stuart provided for us with respect to the adoption of this bylaw and the practice of the town with respect to its implementation since it was adopted in 2009. And I don't think it's the intent of the bylaw for the town to interfere with the general running of a business, as long as the business is in compliance with the rules and regulations and bylaws of the town. It's something I've been watching. I suspect others a lot of NFL playoffs and watching decisions of referees. And when there's an appeal by the coach and the red flag is thrown, there has to be really significant grounds to overturn the decision of the people in the field. And it's sort of analogous to me. I'm pulling that in, but it's not a legal thing. But and I don't think the petitioner has made the case, and I think that the appellee, in this case the Stage Harbor Marine, has satisfied and provided a satisfactory defense of their decision. They've articulated some particulars. I know that Mr. Marsh has challenged those, but I don't feel that the case has been defeated by the arguments that were brought forward against it. So I will be supporting I will be denying the appeal. I guess that's what we're going to be doing if we take a vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean. Yeah, we're still in deliberation, and you brought up a point I was going to make about arbitrary and capricious. Go back to say what I mentioned before. It's not new to everyone that there's a problem, and that the the marina had a problem with Mr. Marsh. It's not a matter of, and it's not a matter of, it's a matter of how much of a problem it is. He did not document all that was done over the period of time. I think Mr. Hamilton explained that, and I could understand how that could happen. We have an affidavit that's given to us, and I think generally those comments were not capricious, and capricious is a pretty high standard in some respects, especially in contract law. So I understand, the problems of both. It's a shame it could not be worked out, but I too believe that we too cannot get involved with the running of the business as it is as such, and that there is that they have the right and they have enough information to deny the appeal. So given that, I guess we should have a motion in what I've heard. Jeff,
I move to deny the appeal.
do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? Any more discussion feel necessary? Let me start with Jeff.
Aye.
Corey?
Aye.
Dean?
Aye.
Shireen?
Aye.
And the chair says aye. Thank you, gentlemen. It's been a long night. Okay, let's move on to our next hearing, public hearing, which is some traffic safety committee recommendations. And I see Lieutenant Goddard. Welcome, Lieutenant Goddard.
Good evening.
For your patience.
Thank you for hearing our recommendations. I have three. I'll jump right into it if that's okay.
Sure.
The first.
Wait a minute. I need the public hearing to be read. Yes. Sorry, I got ahead of myself.
Don't steal my thunder. No.
Yeah.
All right. Town of Chatham Select Board Public Hearing Notice. The Chatham Select Board will hold a public hearing on Tuesday, January 11th, 2022 at 5:30 p.m. virtually via Microsoft Teams to consider the placement of new traffic signs. Bullet point number 1, stop signs, intersection of Wilford Road, Jeanette Drive, and Jeanette Road. Bullet point number 2, no overnight parking west end of Water Street from School Street intersection to Town Landing. And the last bullet point, no parking north side of Barcliff Ave. The signs are of standard size and style and recommended by the board by the Traffic Safety Committee. All interested parties are encouraged to participate via the link on the posted agenda. Sign the members of the select board. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. We'll have, I guess, a couple of letters to be read later on, right? Or Yep. Okay. All right, Lieutenant Goddard. Again, welcome.
Thank you. So the first one is the recommendation for the installation of new stop signs on Wilford Road at the intersection with Jeanette on both sides. Recently, Jeanette has been paved, and prior to that paving, it was very clear to any drivers on Jeanette of the fact that they were approaching an intersection of a cross street because there was a transition from dirt to paved. Since the paving of those roads, that visual cue has really been eliminated. And if you're coming in, especially headed down Jeanette from off of Old Queen Anne area, it really kind of makes Wilford Road disappear. So the committee evaluated that and made a unanimous recommendation to install stop signs on both sides of that intersection for public safety reasons for the cross traffic from Wilford Road, as well as concerns of safety for bicycle traffic, because that's where the bike trail runs parallel with that roadway.
Okay, let's start with that one. Any question? I just generally in my own mind, I've driven down through there. I agree. I'll just say that. And any comments from the board? And we can vote on each one separately. Questions? Nothing. Anyone from the public have any comments? Seeing none, I guess, can we have a motion to approve stop signs for intersection of Wilford Road.
Move approval, Mr. Chairman.
All right, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I don't see Dean on. Is he on?
Yeah, he's
Before I
here.
start the vote?
He's
He's
here.
here,
He's
okay.
just not,
Sorry,
he's,
Mr. Chair. So we're voting on,
Oh, no problem.
approving this recommendation, number one.
Yes,
Yeah.
the stop signs.
Aye.
Okay. Shereen,
aye.
Jeff,
Aye.
Corey,
Aye.
and the chair says aye. Okay, let's go to number 2.
So the second recommendation is for the installation of no overnight parking signs on the section of Water Street from School Street moving down towards the town landing. That area is currently available for parking that on one side. One of the residents submitted a request to the committee requesting no overnight parking in that area. And what his concerns was that the roadway was starting to be used as sort of an auxiliary parking area for area residents, thereby restricting and reducing the number of available parking spaces for people using the landing as well as parking during the day. So the committee's unanimously recommended to approve the recommendation for this. Prior to that, it was also forwarded to the Waterways Committee and to Ted Keon. The Waterways Committee discussed it and also forwarded a letter back to the Traffic Safety Committee that they supported this request. Their stated reason, if I could quote, says this would help preserve parking for public access to the landing and limit use of the roadway as overflow parking by residents in the Old Village. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Any questions from the board? And seeing none, any questions from the public? I don't see any there, so let's take a vote on approving overnight parking restrictions and signage for the west end of Water Street.
I move approval.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, any more discussion? Seeing none, start with Corey.
Aye.
Jeff,
Aye.
Shereen?
Aye.
Dean?
Aye.
Chair says aye. And let's go to the last one, recommendation to restrict parking on north side of Barcliff Avenue.
So the committee has met several times on this issue, having received 2 requests from residents. One resident cites several reasons for the request. During the summer months when vehicles are parked on the north side of the street, the overall width of the roadway is reduced. This is causing a condition where 2 vehicles cannot pass at the same time, making the area a 1-lane roadway. The second point is citizens that the narrowing of the lane makes a potential public safety issue by slowing the response of emergency vehicles, but no historical information has been found to support this. Parking is currently prohibited on the south side of Barcliff Ave and the section that we're talking about, which is between Shore Road and Old Harbor. The committee voted 3-1 to recommend that parking on the north side also be prohibited. The committee is also considering a request to change parking on Chatham Bars Ave. That's still in consideration. Because any change to Barcliff will also affect parking on area streets, the committee members also want to have the opportunity to address the select board about this proposal and the entire area.
Yeah, makes sense. Thank you. Any comments or questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Dean?
Yeah, I had a request, I guess it's within the past year from a resident on the north side about the issues that Lieutenant Garded has articulated and that led to this recommendation from the Traffic Safety Committee. And we had a meeting with Lieutenant Goddard and with Chief Polina. And my impression is that these issues are, some of these issues as articulated are very real and that this may very well be an appropriate solution. And the committee is recommending 3-1 this separate item, although as Lieutenant Goddard just mentioned, they'd like to look at the broader area, but that has not caused them to withhold a recommendation on Barcliff Avenue. I do note for the record, we received a couple of emails today in support and one in opposition from someone who lives on the south side. So I'm interested in hearing what anyone in the public has to say, as well as other board members.
Okay, thank you, Dean. Corey's hand's up next. I assume you're going to read some of those letters, Corey?
Yeah,
Or
I have a couple correspondence that a couple I'm going to read and one I'm just going to reference. The first one is dated on January 10th from a Jeff Spalter, titled "Traffic Discussion Parking on Barcliff." We just became aware of the planned discussion regarding parking on the north side of Barcliff, and I wasn't sure of the protocol to provide input. Our summer home is located on Barcliff, the south side, near Shore Road. During the summer, it is not unusual for cars to be parked on the north side of Barcliff from Shore Road almost all the way to Old Harbor. And while the traffic flow is restricted to about one lane, the situation is not a major inconvenience, and we do not think it's a safety issue, as emergency vehicles have several approaches to each end of Barcliff. The Fish Pier is a major attraction, and many tourists/visitors rely on the accessible parking to make their visit pleasant and positive. Eliminating this parking will make it more difficult for tourists to enjoy themselves. Recognizing that we're on the south side, we do not see the need to prohibit parking on Barcliff. This is, again, from Jeff Spalter, 59 Barcliff. We have a letter dated January 11th from Thomas Campbell. My wife Susan and I live at 64 Barcliff Avenue, and I have first-hand experience with the parking issues during the summer, as visitors frequently park in front of our house to visit the Fish Pier. In the event that I cannot attend the public hearing scheduled for this evening relating to the no parking signs on the north side of Barcliff Avenue, I would like to offer the following comments. Visitors always park 2 feet on our lawn. To do otherwise would block the entire lane of traffic. Even when cars are parked on our lawn, traffic lanes are significantly narrowed. It is impossible for 2 lanes of traffic to pass simultaneously. It is very common for visitors to park the entire length of our property throughout the summer, and sometimes as far as 76 Barcliff Ave. We have only lived in Chatham during a pandemic, so we can imagine it is much worse in normal times. For many residents, leaving their driveway, the sight line is significantly restricted. During the summer months, Barcliff Avenue has an abundance of people walking and riding bicycles. Visitors parking on the north side create a hazard due to the narrowing of the traffic lanes and many vehicles driving to the street. And finally, a significant issue is the volume of trucks coming to and from the Fish Pier. It appears that Barcliff Avenue is the road of choice to enter and exit the town. The narrow traffic lanes, pedestrian and bike traffic, and increased car traffic during the summer are creating a safety risk. For these reasons, both my wife and I support the posting of no parking signs on the north side of Barcliff Avenue. And this is respectfully submitted by Thomas and Susan Campbell, 64 Barcliff Ave. And then the last piece of data that was in our or submitted to us, I'm not going to read the entire thing, but it was basically the SHRAC report from 2018 with emphasis on the Fish Pier parking. And they did identify this as an area that we should consider, look at for safety and consideration. And that at the time that they looked at the board to make the parking safety solution part of the Fish Pier renovation project, which we know we've already moved forward on. So that is the third piece of correspondence. And I do know a representative from the SHRAC committee is there if they want to expand on anything that I may have missed on that. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Corey. Shireen.
Peter, if Mr. Waters wants to go first to explain his position, I'm happy with that, and I'll defer to him.
Okay, I see on, Michael. Would you like? You're still on mute, but you're more than welcome to
Okay, thank you very much. Mike Waters, I'm a summer resident. I live just off Barcliff, and I submitted a copy of that report that was just mentioned. Basically, I support completely the request of the Traffic Safety Committee. The Summer Residence Advisory Committee has, in the past, submitted to the board probably 8 reports over the course of the last 6 years. And every one of them has stressed the issue of safety. Some of them have included photographs of young families with children making their way down Barcliff, bicycles, the cars parked, refrigerated trucks parked, even campers at times parked, and the difficulty in people getting through. So that has been a position that has been taken by the Summer Residence Committee in the past, that there is a need to address safety. And this would accomplish that by removing the problem of the parking and people having to walk through this area, and also to cross Shore Road at an unregulated intersection on bicycles and towing their children with them. The issue, of course, is what to do with the cars that were normally parked there and how you're going to deal with that. Suggestions that have been made by the Summer residents in the past started with the request by the Aunt Lydia's Cove Committee that the first priority be given to the fishermen who had to make a living at the fish pier. And the Summer residents supported that application. And that has been established by the town in the permitting process. So the fishermen's issue has been properly addressed. Next, you have people that come to the fish pier for the observation deck or to pick up something to eat at the takeout facility. I would suggest to you, as we have in the past, that those people could be served with a 1 hour limited parking in the upper lot. That would give them time to accomplish that and allow many more cars and be much safer for the children that are going up to the observation deck or the families that are going to pick up a meal, because they'd never be out on Shore Road or Barcliff or anywhere. The third category are the people that are coming to take boat trips from the fish pier. We've never identified exactly how many people are involved in that, but they would park for a longer period of time. And my suggestion is that kind of longer term parking could be solved by providing parking somewhere else in town at the Eldridge Garage or some other location, paid or unpaid, and having a shuttle or some simple mechanism of transporting them. Some of the boat operators, I think, actually are involved in that. And those are ways that you could solve the other problems, problems that have to be addressed by when you take away the parking. And I expect you'll want to look at that. But the proposal that's before you now is a very good start. And it gives you, between now and the summer, to decide how you will deal with the other issues of any displaced car. And it gives the people an opportunity to plan for what they will do. Thank you.
Thank you. That's very comprehensive and it's informative. Shireen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand and I appreciate the concerns of the neighbors, and You know, we know that the Fish Pier is a major attraction, but we're increasingly seeing across the board, all over the Eastern Seaboard, actually, the access to the waterfront for people is becoming increasingly more difficult, and it's usually through parking restrictions. And I see that we have a problem there. There are some concerns of the neighbors, but I'd rather see that we look at this issue in a bigger context. Much of what Mr. Waters said around the idea of, addressing a bigger picture, perhaps with a shuttle from Eldridge Garage. But we're looking at shutting Barcliff. Then people will be moved to another area where they're going to park, and that'll be restricted. And we're just pushing people away or off and further away with no real solution to the problem for them to be able to enjoy and work from the water. So I would rather see that we set forth a comprehensive policy of addressing the parking and access concerns in a broader scope, rather than just one-offing them for one road to another road to another road. Because we're seeing it here, we see it at Stage Harbor, we see it at Scattery, we see it many, many places. Sam Ryder at the Schoolhouse Pond. And I just feel like we really, really have to be sensitive and understanding to the rights of people to be able to access the waterfront as it's becoming more of a problem.
Thank you, Shireen. Jeff?
Well, this is a subject near and dear to my heart, as you well know. I've raised the issue about the traffic along Barcliff and along Shore Road many times as a member of this board. I've also raised the issue of a shuttle many times as a member of this board. And I'll tell you right now, if you shut down parking on Barcliff and think about shutting parking down on Shore Road, Chatham Bars Ave, Seaview Street, etc., that whole loop there, you're going to have a ton of people that are going to be displaced, and we have to find another place for them to park here in this town. The tourists will continue to come, and we built it so they would come. We want them to come. They're part of our lifeblood. But we do have to come up with a solution. I echo what Selectman Davis said ad nauseum. It's time. We really need to do something about getting folks to park either at Eldridge Garage or at the schools, where we have plenty of parking in the summertime. We do. So why can't we figure out a way to get folks to park at Eldridge and or the schools and get them around town in a more efficient manner and not affect our property owners? I play golf Saturday and Sunday morning at Seaside Links. Chatham Bars Ave, from stem to stern, Saturday morning and Sunday morning, I can attest it is packed with cars in July and August. It's fender to fender the whole way. So what are we going to do with those folks if we say they can't park on Chatham Bars Ave? They got to go somewhere. Shore Road, there's one time on Shore Road this summer, I could barely get by because of the families unloading right on Shore Road to get to the fish pier, unloading their families. And it was dangerous. And I've raised it here again and again and again. So I feel the pain on Barcliff. I feel the pain on Chatham Bars. I feel the pain on Shore Road. I've seen it and I feel it. But we need to come up with a macro solution. We just do. I'm not sure where I'll vote on the Barcliff closure, the north side of the Barcliff closure, but we got to come up with something better. I'll stop there because we got a major problem, and I love it. Bring it on. We want them to come, but we need to provide parking somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Before I go to Dean, Dr. Duncanson has his hands up a couple of times. Dean, you okay if I check with him? Dr. Duncanson.
Yeah, thank you. I was just going to respond to a comment made earlier that as part of the Fish Pier project, parking wasn't addressed, and that's correct. As part of the observation deck, we did not address parking. However, the town is embarking on a grant-funded stormwater project to address the upper parking lot, and as part of that, we are looking at the parking on Shore Road, right in the immediate vicinity there, to see if there's an opportunity to move that parking completely off the road surface, if you will. Because absolutely, right now, people basically park half on and half off Shore Road, and it definitely creates a problem in the summer. So we are looking looking to see what opportunity. It may involve a retaining wall or something like that. But as part of this stormwater project, because we're impacting the upper parking lot, that is one of the options we will be taking a look at. So more to come on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Duncanson. Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do respect very much the points that were brought out by Shireen and Jeff. But at the same time, I think we've got to make a start. And I'm supportive of the idea of a shuttle coming out of the Eldridge Garage property. I think that was contemplated when the special committee on the Eldridge project considered the prospective uses of that. And in fact, there is shuttle service there now that's private that is provided to Lighthouse Beach as part of the valet parking there. As far as inviting, welcoming visitors to the town, we all like that. It's good for the economy and so forth. But I don't think we should be doing it at the expense of our neighborhoods. And I think there is a serious imposition on the property owners on the north side of Barcliff Avenue. I've seen photographs. I had, as I said earlier, I had a conversation with Lieutenant Goddard and Chief Polina and one of the residents who brought this to my attention. And I think it's time we do something about it. So I know that we do have a couple of members of the Traffic Safety Committee who are on, they have their hands raised. So I'm anxious to hear what they have to say, and I guess I'll defer a final decision, but I'm certainly leaning in the direction of supporting it. Mr. Waters has presented a good case for it as well. So that's kind of where I'm coming from on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean. Yeah, they are. There's Dick Hunter and then Joan Craig. Let's start with Dick Hunter.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Sure can. Welcome, Dick.
Hi. Yeah, the committee has really struggled with this because we really know that if we ban this parking on the north side, it's going elsewhere. And all we're doing is moving it. We know it's going to be on the other side of Barcliff. They'll be parking there. And now those people walking will be crossing 28 to get to the fish pier. We're just going to move the problem. We're looking at the same thing on Chatham Bars Avenue. The fact that people want that banned from Shore Road all the way to Main Street on one side. The problem and the other issue is no parking signs are 12 months, not 2 months. And all summer long you drive down there, and even on the south side where there are no parking, find landscapers, contractors still parking in the roadway. So and the police can't sit there and enforce this constantly. But I'm really afraid if we stop moving things or banning things, shore roads are going to even become a bigger nightmare because people want to go to the fish pier. There's no doubt about it. And our committee has had some discussions too about a shuttle, run it from the schools, whatever. But something has to be done. I know it was looked at a few years ago. It didn't go through, but it really has to be looked at and looked at fast, I think. Thank you.
Thank you, Dick. Joan
Hi.
Craig.
Yes, thank you. I'm also a member of the Traffic Safety Committee. It's just been eye-opening to me, being on the committee, that this issue isn't going away. And we all know that Chatham is a destination, no matter whether you're renting in Sandwich or in Wellfleet, the place to go to is Chatham. And as Dick said, we did struggle. That's why it's 3-1. And one of our individuals on the committee said exactly what Ms. Davis said, and that is that it is going to go from one road to another. People are going to continue to try to find a space. We made the decision to bring it forward for this very reason, to start discussion on a fact that parking, not just in those areas, but in the downtown areas too, is a major problem, whether it be Oyster Pond, Lighthouse Beach, the Fish Pier, the library, downtown, behind the town hall, people going around and around and around trying to get parking. I can't speak for the full board, but I can say that I think it has to be a plural, that if we really do want to look into this, we have to look at more than just one trolley or whatever kind of truck system you might have, that it has to be something that is ongoing, that they pass each other, that it's free to the public, that you can use Monomoy Middle School, that you can use the community center and other areas where there may not be as much parking. People can park there and know that they can get this shuttle and perhaps be dropped off in different areas safely. As Mr. Nicastro said, he saw the pictures. We saw the pictures from an individual on Bar Cliff during the summer months. They were breathtaking and very, very frightening. We've been very fortunate that someone hasn't been seriously injured. And I think it's going to get worse before it gets better. So that's why we're bringing this forward, that Bar Cliff is a start. It's a start. And then back in July, when we had a meeting to discuss this, we tabled it at that time, but we did bring up the issue of trolley services with the idea that it had historically been discussed in the past. At that time, I said that I would put something together based on an area that I knew about in Florida that does have a very, very popular and successful trolley system. This was a memo to the Traffic Safety Committee. I know others have received it. I would hope that from this conversation tonight and from perhaps moving forward, the first small step being Bar Cliff, that then we could seriously look into the idea of biting the bullet and really addressing traffic in and around downtown, the Fish Pier, Oyster Pond, Atwood House, etc. It needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Joan. Let's see, Shereen has her hand up again, then Jeff
Yeah.
and Dean.
I guess, again, I have a deep concern about the access to the waterfront. I mean, living around the water, it's a very popular place to live. It's a very popular place to go. Some of the gives and takes are about, that it is popular and people go there. And I understand addressing concerns of the safety. Was there any discussion by the Traffic Study Committee about service vehicles like landscapers and that trailer their equipment parking on Bar Cliff? Would they be denied that ability to do that, or were they going to be exempted from that and allowed to park? And I guess after that's answered, I might have a follow-up. I don't know if Lieutenant Goddard could
see
answer.
Dick's hands up. You want to answer that, or?
I think I can. I think part of it is no parking means no parking.
Okay, thank you.
There is no cut and dry there, but I say enforcement has to be done. And because of that, our police in the summertime, they don't have time to drive around through the neighborhoods and write tickets.
Thanks. I don't have a follow-up. I just wanted to make sure that there was no exemptions here if this was the case.
Thank you, Shereen. Jeff?
Yeah, thank you, Peter. I just really enjoyed what Joan had to say. I echo her sentiments 100% and have done so repeatedly. I may be convinced to support the ban on parking on the north side of Bar Cliff as long as I can amend that type of motion with a more macro motion on dealing with parking in the downtown area, including Shore Road, Chatham Bars Inn, downtown, et cetera. Okay, it's time. We can use the Traffic Study Committee as a member of a working group, but we need to tackle this and come up with some solutions and some recommendations, because we did it to ourselves and I love it. It's great. We're a destination, but we need to deal with it in a better way in terms of traffic and safety. So I'm tempted to support the ban on parking on the north, but I'm gonna make an amendment to that motion when it's made. Thanks. I'm not going to make the motion. I'll amend it.
Thank you, Jeff. Dean?
Yeah, thank you, Peter. Okay.
I'm
I'm getting up.
Yeah, so somebody has two things on. Try it again, Dean.
Okay.
There you
Sounds
are.
good. Thank you, Peter. And I'd be receptive to the type of amendment that Jeff has contemplated. I just wanted to say, and again, we all understand the broader issues here, and we understand the interest in Chatham remaining a destination community. And with that in mind, we just spent a fortune on a fish pier deck to support our tourists. We give them free parking. I don't know of any other, and Jeff will agree with me on this. I don't know of any other destination community, seaside community, that invites all these tourists in and lets them park free all over town. The only exception now being the Eldridge Garage property. And we do this on Barcliffe Avenue by imposing upon neighbors on one side of the street, but not on the other side of the street. That doesn't make any sense to me. And we have a golf course that is divided in the middle by this street. So there are people going across that street all the time. So I'm going to support the recommendation, and I applaud the committee. I know it was difficult, and I think that Joan Craig has articulated, as Jeff said, a path forward. But I think we have to, as I said earlier, I think we have to make a start, and I'll leave it at that, because I think there are others who want to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean. Corey.
Thank you, Peter. No, I mean, I respect the position of the Traffic Safety Committee. I mean, this whole thing should be driven by safety. I mean, that I think we can all agree on that. Barcliff, Seaview Street, Chatham Bars Ave, Shore Road, we've all recognized the issues over there, but I really think we need to do this in a comprehensive manner. It's not fair to pick out one road. And I'm really driven by that thought process, because I remember way back when the popularity of the lighthouse parking was going, and people were parking in the old village and down Bridge Street and everything. We started talking about restrictions, and all we were doing is kind of moving the project a little bit further away, and someone's problem became someone else's problem. So we got to do this in a more comprehensive manner. It's overdue, yeah, recognize it, but just to pick on one road, it is really going to be not even a Band-Aid approach. I know the long-term goal it falls in line with, but I do think we could do this more comprehensively from an equitable perspective, and not push the problem to someone else's. Because if we deal with restrictions in the Barcliff, who knows, Seaview Street or Chatham Bars Ave or Shore Road itself may become even more congested. So we're not really fixing the problem, we're just moving it somewhere else. And that is my major concern. So I'm not going to support the restriction as presented right now, but I would encourage the board, the Traffic Safety Committee, to bring forward a more comprehensive approach, and for the board ourselves to have some conversations about what is a better long-term comprehensive fix in a timely manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. Before I move over, I see Michael has his hands up again. I'm going to make a comment though first, because many times we parked along Barcliff Road years ago, and it is a dangerous. It is dangerous parking there and then walking down the street. Here's my take on this thing: whether you have a comprehensive plan or not, Barcliff Road is not going to have parking. That's part of be a part of the comprehensive plan. I see it as a safety issue now. And I also see it, and I'll agree what Corey said, is to put something together, and it has to be timely. And whether we tie that to what we're doing, I don't know. But I have a problem just ignoring the fact that there's a safety problem on that road, and you see it if you ever walk down it when you have to park there. That's where I'm coming from. This whole idea of how we're going to do it. How quickly can it can the traffic safety board get something done? If nothing's started, and it takes a year to do that, we have a whole year that we're having a problem on Barcliff Road. So, and I understand having access, to the waterfront, but you're not going to put any more cars that are already parked there on Chatham Bars Inn Road than you have now, and it's going to be packed. So they're going to go, quote, someplace else, but it's not going to be in that area because it's already packed. I don't know where they're going to go. We're making it difficult for them. So I think, for me, the issue is safety, and it's safety right now. And I'll turn it over to Michael. Oh, you're on mute, Michael. Mike.
Thank you very much. I would suggest to you that this is an issue that has been going on for years, 5-6 years. The idea of moving cars off Shore Road was proposed by the prior Traffic and Safety Committee about 3 years ago. Unless you take the first step, this will never get done. It will be constantly discussed. People will talk about the shuttle. People will talk about whether you want to have paid parking. You need some incentive to solve this problem in a timely way. If you accept the recommendation of the Traffic and Safety Committee and you ban parking on the north side of Barcliff, you've created about 50 cars that you have to find a place for. Yes, it's not an insurmountable problem, but you can make that part of your coming up with a global solution. In the interim, you haven't lost quite that much. You'll have between now and the summer to try and get something done. But if you just don't do anything, then it will be more and more discussion about this and no solution by this summer. And when this summer comes around, we're going back into the lottery. Are we going to face an accident or some kind of problem with someone that gets injured? And with all the discussion that we've had about safety, we shouldn't expose ourselves to that. We ought to find a mechanism to make this a problem that the town will have to solve in the next 6 months. That's my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Shireen, the fire chief has his hand up. You all right if I go to him first, or
I just had one comment, Peter,
Okay,
if you don't mind. I just wanted to say that if there was a motion made with an amendment, I'd prefer that it would be 2 motions made, because I could support a comprehensive plan, but I'm sure I'm going to be able to support the parking restriction.
Okay, thank you. Dave Pasquale, E. Pasquale.
Hi, thank you.
Hi, Dave.
Of course, my take is from a safety perspective as well. That road is a nightmare for us. We try to avoid going downtown as much as possible. That's one of the routes we take. And it's even more problematic because when you take the right-hand turn onto Shore Road, then you're dealing with the cars that are parked on Shore Road in the road up above the Fish Beer parking lot. So that corner is a really bad corner for us. I brought up, and Andy can attest to this, that, the other end of Barcliff, where it intersects with Old Harbor Road, is also problematic. That's where we're having accidents, but that's for another day. But I would implore you to please go forward with banning the parking on the north side of Barcliff. I think that's a good first step. But like Selectman Dyken says, this is something that we need a comprehensive plan. Chatham Bars Ave is another disaster for us. safety-wise. Seaview Street is a disaster for us, trying to make a left-hand turn out of by the Catholic Church. It's all those roads. It's a major problem for public safety, police and fire. And I'm sure Andy would attest to that too. That's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. I see Joan's hands up again. Joan Craig.
I have a question and then a comment as a follow-up. If I could ask the town manager, it was my understanding at a follow-up meeting after July 7th of 21 of the Traffic Safety Committee that there was perhaps something in the works with regards to some department heads and the town administrator to consider looking into doing a more productive study on this.
Mr. Chair,
Jill?
so we did have a team meeting on it after, I think earlier this summer. This time it was, it's still a board priority, but there were some other parties that came up first. So this is on our to-do list to try to get done, as the board had said that they wanted something before the next season. So the priority, I don't have any status to report at this time.
Follow-up question, you mean the board of the select board or?
Yes.
Okay.
The select
Thank
board,
you.
yes.
And then if I could further comment, my memo also talked with regards to possibly an amendment to this, with regards to the possibility of a public-private partnership between the town so that the town doesn't get nailed with doing this all on its own, because let's face it, the businesses in downtown also suffer or positively suffer the effects of the parking issues. And we talked about in our meeting and then in writing, we talked about consider advertising on any kind of equipment that might be able to bring people from a lot to downtown or to the fish pier, et cetera, that they could advertise and that would offset some of the costs. I think members of the Traffic Safety Committee would be very, very willing to be a part of this process if necessary. At our last meeting, just the last meeting in December, we ended up by saying that the P word, parking, is one of the major issues in Chatham. And as Mr. Dyken said, that's a good thing that people are coming. But you know, I will again iterate, it's a start with regards to Barcliff. And yes, it's not going to be popular with everybody, but it's a start. And then let's try to get this committee, whatever it might be, together to really look into moving forward with a project that would be helpful to everyone, to the businesses, to traffic, to safety, to parking. Thank you.
Thank you, Joan. Last three speakers still have their hands up, so I assume that's just left over. Take it back to the board. Shereen made a good comment. Maybe make this into two separate motions. Have any discussion on that?
Mr. Chairman?
Comfortable with that, Dean? Or
yeah, that's fine. I'm happy to offer a motion. Dick Hunter still has his hand up. I don't know if he wanted to speak one more time. Otherwise, I'll offer a motion.
Okay, yeah, that one's down, and Michael's hand's still up, and it's going down, right?
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the Select Board adopt the recommendation of the Traffic Safety Committee and prohibit parking on the north side of Barcliff Avenue.
Do I have a second? Second? Oh, Jeff, I see your mouth move. That's good. I got it.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, let me start over with Jeff.
Aye.
Corey.
Nay.
Dean.
Aye.
Shereen.
Nay.
And the chair says aye. And the second motion.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah. I move to create a working group, charge the town manager and or her designee to appoint a working group that includes members of the Traffic Safety Committee to research and make a recommendation on parking solutions for the downtown area, including Shore Road, Chatham Bars Ave, I should say, Seaview Street, and the related areas. I strongly encourage, and I don't want to go on and on here, but the motion really should include the notion of a shuttle, a bus, paid or unpaid, town supported, hopefully, that will transport our tourists from all around town. The loop. We've talked about this numerous times. Just we haven't pulled the trigger. We haven't got it done.
So. Have an interim time, a draft or something.
I don't know how we would do it by 6 months, but 6 months. But I don't know how we'd get it done.
Yeah,
I just say 6 months. I just say 6 months just to get some energy cooking. That's all. And I just want to. I also want to say I know I'm making a motion. I apologize for waxing on here, but we did charge Jill to really look at paid parking as well. I want the Traffic Safety Committee to know that it wasn't. We didn't lose track of parking. It's a major issue in town. Has been for a long time, but we did charge Jill to look at paid parking in particular.
Right.
I'll second that.
Second. Any other discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
okay.
I'm going to support the motion. I welcome it. I just wanted to point out that because this is emanating from the select board, this is going to be a public body. That's been the opinion of our town council, even though the town manager will be appointing it. And I assume she will take into account representatives of the business community as well.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion? Okay. Let's go. Corey, sorry.
No. I was just going to say, as we move this, I support it, fully support it. And as we move this conversation forward, just keep in the back of our mind, we're in budget season. So 6 months, maybe some of the elements that we're moving forward are doable, before this upcoming season. And that we keep in the back of our mind potential funding requirements that we may want to keep in play so we could move some of this stuff forward in a timely manner and not have to kick it another year down the road. So, in the back of our mind, as we're going through the budget, earmark some area or some funding that might approve or support these actions. Okay.
Got it. Good point. Any other discussion? Okay. I'll start with Shireen.
Aye.
Jeff.
Aye.
Corey.
Aye.
Dean.
Aye.
And the chair says aye. Thank you all. Thank you, Lieutenant Goddard. Thank you, Traffic Safety Committee. All right, let's move next to public comments on the following business agenda items. Update on Old Commerce Road, declaring 127 Old Harbor surplus, consider housing initiatives that we received from the 2018 Housing Production Plan, and consider Board of Health recommendations. Do we have any comments on that? Any inputs on that? I see, Michael, your hand's up. Is that still up or no? Okay.
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I see David and then Carolyn McClellan. For David Oppenheim. Welcome, Mr. Oppenheim.
Hi, how you doing? I think you can hear me?
Yeah, sure can, Dave.
Good.
Thank you.
Okay, my comment at this point is on 127 Old Harbor Road. For years, as long as I can remember, affordable housing has been on the selectmen's priority list. There's not a lot has been accomplished. There's been a lot attempted. We've come up with different means of funding. We're more CPA funds. I think there's a mansion tax that's being I don't know if it's been finally approved or not, and other means. So there's certainly financial support that's been put forward, and it was approved to buy the Buckley property. So we have money that we have available to us, but accumulating money and not spending it does not do anything to solve the problem. The Buckley property, unless something has changed, is tied up in court. Hopefully it's resolved quickly, but these things usually are not. And once the Buckley property comes up, it will be quite a bit of time to study what's the best use of the property, et cetera. So I think we're looking down the road probably several years before any shovel would ever get in the ground there, and that might be a bit optimistic. We have opportunities to utilize the properties that we own already. I've suggested Stepping Stones Road, which was turned down for the senior center, and one of the main objections was that it was a residential neighborhood. That's a piece of property that would easily support 8 to 10 family-sized houses, and it's shovel-ready, and I would hope that the town would go forward with that. As far as the 127, the old water department, it's my understanding, reading through the documentation, that the legal issue about the restriction has been resolved. There's still apparently some concerns about meeting and respecting the wishes of the donor, Marion Ellis. I think that Norma Avalar said it best at town meeting. If Mrs. Ellis was alive today and found out that people couldn't afford to stay in town to utilize the school she was so dedicated to, she'd love to see this property utilized appropriately. I thought Norma did a great job. And obviously the town meeting, I thought she did a great job too, because it was supported by over 90% of the people that voted. It was a house. It's easily refurbished into a house. It's been postponed looking for grants. It's not going to be very expensive to figure out what can be done there. Certainly the office building could be changed into a family home fairly quickly. As far as the storage shed or garage, whatever you want to call it, the idea of that being an ADU should absolutely be explored. I think that this property has sat fallow for probably close to 10 years now. I think it froze up once. It is just slowly deteriorating. And I think it's an absolute shame that we haven't moved forward with this as quickly as possible. It's always easy to come up with excuses not to do something. And I really hope that this board votes to consider it a surplus property and move as quickly forward as possible. As you know, I've been involved with affordable housing in this town for quite a while. It's not so many years ago. I think Selectman Davis and I and others went up to see Sarah Peak to look for options and get an education on this thing. We went over and met with the Nantucket housing group. They were extremely helpful. And basically what it all comes down to is we have to take action. We're not ready with Buckley. We lost Middle Road, although I certainly think the town should go back with Middle Road, maybe with a little different take on it, because I think presented differently, it may have a chance. But in the meantime, we have all this money available and we're not using it. And the low-hanging fruit, as far as I'm concerned, is 127. It shows good faith. It's a neighborhood. It's a great area to do it. You're not going to change the look of anything. And then the Stepping Stone property is, as I said, the main complaint was they didn't want to put an institution in the middle of a residential neighbor. What better use than to take property like that and make it family homes with kids that may actually use the school system? So the starting point tonight, at least, is 127 Old Harbor Road. And I strongly urge this board to support it as surplus property and move as fast as possible. Because I will tell you, one of the highlights of the last few years for myself, our family, and those that participated was seeing the lights on Crowell Road and seeing a family have a place to live. And it's time to do it, and we need to do it now. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Carolyn McClellan. Welcome, Carolyn.
Hey, how you doing? Thank you for giving me a chance to speak on these items. You want me to go through, I want to speak on 127 and then the other items that the partnership has recommended. Am I doing all that right now?
Yes, you sure can.
Okay, great.
Mr. Chair, excuse me just a minute. Carolyn is the chair of the Community Housing Partnership. I would think that during the discussion, she'd be able to have the right to speak on these items rather than having to do it during the public comment period.
That's fine with me. Any questions? That's a good point. We've done it before.
Right.
Up to you, Carolyn, but
Okay.
you're more than welcome to talk individually on each.
Okay, I'll just address the 127 right now and reserve my comments for the overall discussion when you do the next item. So with the 127 Old Harbor, echoing a lot of what the David had just said, we voted on this. We voted overwhelmingly for this. And it was hashed out, a lot prior to that town meeting. There was a lot of public comment on it. There was a lot of things in the newspaper, a lot of discussion, and it still passed overwhelming 90% in support of developing it for housing. And I know at the last meeting, it came up about the possibility of it not being, out of the deed restriction. That has been resolved. And the second item of point was, are we using it in a way that the original donor intended? And is that wise for the town to change its use? Are we going to inhibit other people from donating land? And again, Mrs. Avalar spoke to that. Certainly, the land is being used as a playground as she intended. I don't think she thought the house was going to be a playground. I think she'd be very, very upset if she could see the state of her home right now and the state that it's in, that we've left it in. We're the custodians of that property and it's in a horrible state. I think the best use, and it really does align to her original intentions, is to develop it into housing. So 100%, I think it's what the town expects you to do. And I just want to make sure that, I think when I was listening to the Housing Trust meeting, there was a couple of comments, I think about Stepping Stone, and I'm not sure about this one. And you guys have done wonderful work and you are moving forward on housing initiatives, and I realize that, but a lot of it, everything takes so long. I mean, we had a lot of success at the last meeting, and yet we still don't have anything in our hands, and we're still a long ways away from getting a dwelling where somebody's going to be living at. And some of the comments I heard at the Housing Trust meeting were, oh, we can wait on this. I'm in no hurry to move on this. I think that was specifically for the Stepping Stone property, but I think somebody also said it in regards to this property. And we need to move on everything because everything takes so long. And this is right here. It's an easy house for us to do compared to the other things that are ahead of us. And we voted overwhelmingly for it. And I would hope that moving forward, you'd honor the vote of the town, because it really was hashed out. And a lot of people voiced their comments at that vote. So I hope you support that. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn. I see Elaine Gibbs has her hand up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is regarding 127 Old Harbor. I was opposed to it previously to declare its surplus under section 27 simply because there were no living heirs to challenge it, and that was the 30-year rule. I'm not sure the previous speakers had read the update by town council that was his December 20 memo. Section 23 seems to be quite clear, and I believe it trumps section 27. It excludes public purpose gifts from that 30-year limitation. According to town council, there was express language in the codicil that it was a public charitable trust, which is excluded from the 30-year rule, and that the only way to get around that would be Superior Court and the Attorney General's office. Beyond that, I think that there's a moral obligation in terms of when people donate money or land to the town under the form of a gift, that they expect it to be honored. And I think it's wrong not to do so. The intent of the Ellis family, I think, was really clear. I don't think their home or their property or their wishes should be considered low-hanging fruit to be used otherwise. And I don't think it's right for people to say what Mrs. Ellis would say today. She is not alive, and that's part of the problem. But she made her wishes clear in her gift to the town. And so I think moving forward, there are a lot of options on the table. We have the Buckley property. There is still Middle Road. There is the Marconi area. If you look at the property itself, it's assessed at $680,000 or something. And if you have to put in another $400,000 or $500,000, you're talking about $1.2 million for a family, one family. I think that in the private sector, people would say that's not a good business deal. That doesn't make sense. If you had to come up with a solution to sell the property and use that, and to keep it a park, someone might donate that, and then you use that money to put in more affordable housing. I don't even think it should be sold. I think the wishes of the Ellis family should be honored, and I think that there's going to be a long road to hoe because of Section 23. So those are my comments, and I'll wait to hear what everybody has to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elaine. David has his hand up again.
Yeah, just a quick comment. I don't think we were honoring Mrs. Ellis's wishes when it was used as a water department for so many years. I don't think that comes under the heading of using it for educational purposes or playgrounds for kids, number one. Number two, the argument made that it's assessed for 600,000 or whatever the heck it is irrelevant because it's not paying taxes because it's owned by the town. So that makes no sense. So if you take that out of the consideration, and if for $400,000 we could make that into a living unit, I think that's a bargain. He bought a piece of property on Crowell Road for $350,000 a couple of years ago because of the generosity of many contractors and private donors. It was turned into housing, which is now part of the Marconi. The total investment there when they moved in a couple of years ago was approximately $400 and something thousand for a family's home. And I think we all know what that house would be worth today. We keep talking about it, and we wait. And all the opportunities that we could have had several years ago if we had built more momentum with regards to houses like the Crowell Road house have been lost because we didn't have momentum. Now those houses are $700,000 or $800,000. The argument about what it's worth, since we're not going to sell it, is fallacious. It makes no sense whatsoever. It is time for us to utilize the assets we have to meet the problems that are so dire to this town. And one of the biggest, every year there's something else, whether it's the wells or this, that, and the other. We need people to be able to afford to live in this town. And it's time for this board to step up and set an example by taking something we already own and utilizing it to its best and most effective use for the people of the town of Chatham. Thank you.
Thank you, David. I see two hands up. Elaine's already spoken once. I'm going to go to Rick Levitt and then come back to Elaine. Rick?
Thank you, Peter. I was, we sat for what, two and a half hours listening to a mooring dispute and listening to a parking dispute. We're really talking now about something serious in this town, as the previous speaker just said. Transforming the Old Harbor Road site for needed affordable housing makes sense. The site presents the town's best chance to demonstrate how mixed income housing for Chatham working families at all levels, will enhance the neighborhood. Located in a village center area on already developed land, the site will accommodate up to 10 small homes on small lots. Not one or two, but 10. Clustered around open space, green space. And there are examples of small homes and small lots that already exist nearby, behind the bank, across the street from Town Hall, and further behind Town Hall and Shattuck Place, and all over the old village. Small homes on small lots. I suggest that you ask staff to work with Union Studio architects to create a traditional site plan. Union Studio is collaborating with Cape Cod Commission planners, presenting traditional affordable housing plans to residents in 5 towns on the Cape: Eastham, Orleans, Barnstable, Hyannis, Falmouth, and Sandwich. Chatham's public needs to see what Union Studio is presenting to these other towns. Union Studio designed Brewster Landing and Maritime Landing on historic Route 6A. Your staff is familiar with their work. Your Summer Residence Advisory Committee recommends traditional site plans for affordable, attainable housing in Chatham. This site at 127 Old Harbor Road is ideal. Chatham residents need to be reminded that tightly clustered small homes on sites like Old Harbor Road are traditional in Chatham. They enhance the neighborhood. A small-scale demonstration project like this can later be scaled up on 2, 3, 4, and 5 acre sites in other village center locations, meaningfully addressing Chatham's housing crisis. I hope you will go forward with this. I know you have to solve and resolve the legal issues, but this is a once in a lifetime opportunity for Chatham to demonstrate how affordable and attainable housing for working families and individuals can work in Chatham. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rick. I'll take it back to Elaine.
Yes, I would just like to comment on the previous comments. When I was talking about the value of the land, it is, I come from the private sector, so I'm looking at what someone who looks at the financials would say. If it's 683,000 and you put in $1 million or two, how many housing units are you going to get, rather than selling the land to someone who will preserve it in a certain way downtown and to use that money to provide more affordable housing. Beyond that, I think it's a question of situational ethics here. That was a term that we used to use, that everybody does the ethical thing until it's inconvenient. And I think the ethical thing to do is to honor the gift that was given to us. And it has not changed. It doesn't fall into the category of where it's the land used by the children has deteriorated. And I think you do have a conundrum here because you have section 27 and 23 coming head to head. And I think it would have been helpful if Pat Costello was here tonight to talk about that, because to move forward on something that is potentially against the general laws of Massachusetts, I think is not a wise decision. That's
Elaine, Pat's on, and he will be speaking during our agenda item.
I did not see his name earlier. That's great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. I see Bill Guest. Bill is on.
Bill Bykstrom.
Oh, hello, Bill. Welcome.
Hi. You know, I think this discussion would really be helped if you can visualize a picture of the house on Old Harbor Road with the playground right almost butting up against it. You see that it meets the original wishes of the donor. The other thing I think we have to think about is our ethical stance. But I think it's our ethical stance as human beings to take care of other human beings in our community. And not just be concerned about human beings based on the amount of wealth that they own, the size of their house, the type of their cars, but of the fact that every person contributes greatly to the community. And right now, Chatham is in a rather serious situation. I would almost call it dire in terms of certain demographics. We need people to work in the fishing fleet. We need people to work as landscapers. We need people to paint homes. We need people at every single trade level, and we can't find them. As far as I know, the town of Chatham currently has about somewhere to 12 to 14 open slots they can't fill because there's no people to take those positions. We have to stop making Chatham a gated community that keeps out the people that are necessary to be a vital part of our community. And I think this is a major step forward in showing to the people that we care, that Chatham cares about all the people, regardless of background. And for the 20 years that I've heard talk about affordable housing, there's always been a reason why we can't do it. We can't do it because, oh, it's too close to the ocean. We can't do it because there's too expensive homes there. We can't do it because. Well, you know, I agree with David and everybody else, or a lot of the other people tonight. I think it's time to stop saying we can't do it and just go out and do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bill. Elaine and David's hands are still up. I'm assuming they were left up from before. So unless I see anything more, I'll just continue on. Any other public comment from other people? I guess not. All right. We'll start our first agenda item, business agenda items, update on Old Comers Road intersection. And that is Alex.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Good evening. Yes, I'm here to provide an update on the installation of solar-powered LED stop signs at the intersection of Old Comers and Training Field Roads. This has been a priority of this Traffic Safety Committee, as well as the board had looked into this previously back in, I believe it was June of 2020. Unfortunately, this never made it to a town meeting for funding, and there are no funds available to fund this right now. So we are proposing to bring this to the town meeting in May of 2022 for funding. We've received an updated quote, and we're proposing an article of $80,000 to have the installation of these lights at this intersection. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, anybody on the board, I'll just make a comment first. This was something I brought to the board. I also worked with the neighbors that were involved. And it's disheartening that we weren't able to do it, and we didn't have it on the board on our budget for last year. It is a safety issue. I remember Corey commenting on it. That intersection is a real safety issue, and I agree with that. The sooner, I'm going to support it. I don't know if there's anything else we can do. There's some signage that had to be done there too, but that was part of the traffic safety committee. So if any other comments from the board on this? You're not looking for a motion to continue because it's going to be part of our budget process.
This would be a standalone. Yeah, this is a standalone article to fund because it wasn't included in the capital plan. So we want to see if we can get this done. And if it's funded through free cash, we could have that available as soon after town meeting to get this started.
Super. Okay, thank you. Jill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I know DPW is working on signage, and I think that should be done within the next week or so. So they had suggested in the interim installing signage that warns drivers of, quote, a dangerous intersection, stop ahead. So I just want to know that is in process and hopefully installed very soon.
Okay, good. Yeah, I remembered you talked about that once before. That's good. And Jeffrey?
Yeah, supportive.
Okay. Shireen? You're on mute.
We need to make a motion. Is that what we're looking for? Okay, I move to endorse an article to fund the solar-powered LED stop signs at the Old Comers Training Field Road intersection.
Second.
Any discussion? All I can say is thank you for doing this, and we can move it ahead quickly. Let's take a vote. Jeffrey?
Aye.
Corey?
Aye.
Shireen?
Aye.
Dean? Yep, I lost Dean. Is he on?
He's there, but he's not
there.
there. Yeah.
I'll give him a minute. There we go. Go ahead.
I had to step away. I'm sorry. Is there a motion?
Yeah, motion to endorse the article to fund solar powered LED lights at the Old Comers Road. It's a individual item that will be taken out of free cash, and we can get moving on it right away since we've been delayed about a year.
Have you already started the voting?
Yes.
Okay, I'll support it. Aye.
Okay, and the chair says aye. Thank you, Alex.
Thank you.
Okay, next is consider declaring 127 Old Harbor Road surplus for affordable obtainable housing. Mr. Costello is with us, and so is Kathleen. Let me make an introductory comment on it. Katie, sorry, Kathleen. Katie. We had positions on this previously, and I'm not sure where the board is going to be on it, but I was always the one in the middle, and it was and I want to explain why. When we first looked at this, I saw it as being an individual item that was going to take over from really looking at some of the bigger things we wanted to do. And I won't go through the details of, the properties that we were looking at. And one was somebody out to bid us at a time, calling and was saying it's going to be conservation land, but I haven't seen anything in a deed restriction yet. And then Middle Road. And when Middle Road was not approved at town meeting, when Old Harbor Road came up, I voted for it. figured we needed housing at the time. Middle Road, it's a shame. I agree. We should move ahead with Middle Road, at least a little bit. It amazes me. We have our long-range comprehensive plan says there's 49 acres of conservation land in the lower part of it. And then there's another part that talks about 70 acres of conservation land there. And you mean we can't put an acre or 2 or 3 for housing for balance? But that's me. But we're moving ahead now. And here's my real issue on where we are. It's the last paragraph of Pat's opinion, especially on that section 27 issue. Is that a big deal? Is it really brought up by one of the members of the public? This is going to be a problem. Do we have to go to Superior Court? Does it trump the rest of the, does it trump what you said before because it happens to be there? That was something that was brought up by a member of the public to Mr. DeCastro, and he forwarded it on. And so I guess that's where I'm coming on it, because I'm leaning towards approving this. But if this is going to be a real problem, then I'd like to know that, I guess. And so I don't know. We start with Pat. Or Corey has his hand up. I'll let you go first, and then we can talk to Pat.
No, I mean, if you want to start with Pat, that's fine. I'm willing to put my neck out on the line and make my comments. But if you want to start with Pat, that's also fine.
Okay. Yeah, let me start with Pat then, and then you can speak to it. Go ahead. Welcome, Mr. Costello.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, members of the board. I pride myself in trying to give the board as succinct and short opinions as possible, whenever possible. This is one of those issues that it is not possible to do so. The statutes involved are very convoluted in my view. I don't think they mesh well with one another. One of them is an 1887 statute that allows restrictions and provides for presumption of perpetual life to public restrictions. Yet the legislature, throughout the course of the 20th century, adopted an additional statutory scheme that's very consistent with the common law that had developed in Massachusetts that disfavors perpetual or unrestricted restrictions on property and the right to alienate property. In my view, as I noted in the lengthy email I had sent, in consideration of all of the factors, and assuming that the town, as the present owner of the abutting school property and a direct beneficiary of this bequest to the town, decides that it would like to devote this property to another use and thus not enforce the restriction, I believe it would have the right to do so under Section 27. Now, I come to that conclusion based on the overall law, based on the extensive case law that I've cited in my email. Yet, on the other hand, there is some concern about the seemingly inconsistent provisions of Section 23 and Sections 26 and 27. I note, however, that, again, Section 23 was initially adopted in 1887. The subsequent sections of law provided a legislative remedy, in my view, for the case law that had evolved in Massachusetts that discourages perpetuation of restrictions on property. It provides those parties benefited by restrictions with the ability to determine whether or not to enforce the restrictions in perpetuity. Therein is where I see the town has an opportunity. I believe if the select board deems it appropriate to declare this property surplus, no longer necessary for the purpose for which it was initially conveyed to the town, and town meeting then supports that determination by a 2/3 vote, which is required under Chapter 40, Section 15A, then in my view, the town would be on sound footing in going forward to devote this property to the affordable housing use it has proposed. It's a complicated issue, however. I think my job as town council is to make sure that the board is aware of all legal aspects relating to a particular situation, and that's why I wanted to point out all of the relevant legal principles that are involved here. Heretofore, as far back as the two opinions rendered by prior council decades ago or a decade ago and more, as I dug deeper into this, I did note the Dunphy versus Commonwealth case, which was not specifically a case relating to restrictions on property, but more to the concept of a charitable trust. And the Dunphy principle is that if there is a bequest to a town and town meeting votes to accept that bequest, does that in fact create a binding contractual responsibility in the town to continue to use that property for the purpose for which it was donated to the town? Now, when a charitable trust is potentially an issue, there is a way to avoid the restrictions or limitations on use of property, and that would be to commence a cypre action. We would have to work in conjunction with the Attorney General's office to seek a determination of the Barnstable Superior Court as to whether or not, due to changes in circumstances or conditions regarding the property, it is impossible or impractical to fulfill the original terms of the gift. If we did deem that to be an appropriate action to take, I certainly think that the determination of the Board of Selectmen and town meeting, should it both bodies decide to alter the use of this property, would be relevant considerations. And I do think that's particularly pertinent in this case because the benefited party here, in my view, is the town of Chatham as the owner and proprietor of the school property that's adjacent to this particular parcel. If we determine through the select board and the town meeting that this particular use of the property is no longer practical or necessary in conjunction with the use of the abutting school, I think you would have some legal discretion in that regard. So I do believe there is light at the end of the tunnel here. I do believe there is a process that could be followed to free this property up for the proposed affordable housing use. Can I tell you in absolutely certain black and white terms that it's free from legal challenge? No, I can't, because of the nature of the statutes and because of the somewhat nebulous concept of the charitable trust. But I do believe that given the lack of viable options for affordable housing in the town, as has been discussed here at length this evening and previously, that the town would be certainly acting prudently to try to pursue this property to determine whether or not the town meeting would be amenable to changing its purpose to affordable housing use.
Thank you, Pat. Let's see, we have some hands up. You have Corey, Dean, and then Jeff. Corey.
All right, thank you very much. Bear with me for a little bit here. So a couple elements here. Philosophically, the town of Chatham at a special town meeting in 1971 took this property with very clear wishes from Marion Nickerson Ellis. I know there's been comments from different parties that we all respect in this town, pro and con, about what the family would have not liked. I don't know who holds better water on these conversations, but it's hearsay. I don't think we can go one way or another. What we can say is we do have clear documentation of what the initial wishes of the family was. So that I don't think it's in dispute. I do believe that it is hard to say that after the 30 years that this is expired. I just philosophically, it goes against my grain to lean in that direction and I know Pat is trying to navigate us as best as possible, but philosophically, I hold on the town meeting in 1971 for the town of Chatham and the actions that were taken. Element one. Sadly, I got to address, I know there's been some accusations, some perceived feelings that I have a conflict of interest or I'm working unethically. For those who don't remember, I also commented, I brought this up a long time ago, that I do have a cousin who's a neighbor of the 127 Old Harbor Road. It's a distant cousin, and I believe there's been some comments out in the public that me acting on this is unethical or a conflict of my interest. I want to put that to rest. I have a clear conscience acting and participating in this discussion. So it's not playing a factor in this one way or another. I'll let them speak on their feeling of the property if they have any. I don't know. We want to figure out what is the best use of the property. I get that. It hasn't been used for a long time, and the water department building should probably never have been used for it. I recognize that. But we got to get into the mechanics. At some point, we have to declare this. We have to decide if we want to declare it surplus income or surplus property. And I am all for housing. Housing should be all throughout the town of Chatham, in every corner, South Chatham, North Chatham, West Chatham. It should be balanced throughout this community. But we have a lot of discussions going on about the school, the future of the school, the community building, council on aging. There's a lot of conversations that have come up in the last couple of years. We don't know what direction they may or may not go in. We do know there is only one adjacent parcel to the elementary school, which is this parcel. So from a planning perspective, I understand it's been idle for eons, but it does not make sense to declare it surplus if there is a potential use for it in conjunction with the school, which is in existence. It is not a use that has ceased. That was I think a little mixed up in some earlier conversations with Pat, that we wanted to clarify that the school is still in existence, and it is potentially an area that could be used. We don't know exactly where housing is going to end up. I'd love to get back on the middle road. I think there's a compromise waiting to happen there. It should happen. There are other items that, fingers crossed, down the pipeline that we might be addressing with affordable and attainable housing in a much larger scale. Time will tell on that. We'll see where the public and private factors can come together on that. But as far as this particular property, I do support housing, but even if we would put housing there, there's no guarantee a Chatham school teacher is going to end up being the resident of it. So, we have restrictions on that. I do think that when all is said and done, I put my feelings in the philosophical. I got to sleep at night knowing that this family had wishes that we have in black and white documentation, and that it did not expire in 30 years. And philosophically, to go beyond those wishes rubs me the wrong way. For any other property that is in the town of Chatham that would fall under these conditions, and any other family that would be wishing to move forward, I think the town meeting spoke clearly in 1971. They took a vote with a special town meeting, and I would like to pursue that as my standing. So I may have some future comments later on down the night, but I just cannot get beyond that to move forward. Even though I support the housing, I support it full-heartedly, but I can't get beyond this for this one particular parcel. So thank you.
Thank you, Corey. Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to ask Pat a couple of questions, and then I'm going to make some comments on the merits. Hi, Pat. I've read your opinion several times, obviously, and appreciate the efforts you've made, and your statement in the opinion that reaching your conclusion, that trying to reach your conclusion was essentially an elusive process. And I accept your conclusion as to Chapter 184. I'm not sure I probably agree with it, but I will accept it anyway. But I have a couple of questions about it. Section 23, as you point out, provides an exception to the rules against having restrictions in perpetuity for gifts that are or devices for public purposes. And then in section 30, which deals with the presumption that no restriction shall be of actual and substantial benefit, which is a criterion for enforcement, except in cases of gifts or devices for public purposes. You do cite to the Stop and Shop case, which says that, and this is a common principle in the law, which I raised in a communication with you, that you're supposed to interpret and construe statutes as written in keeping with its plain meaning so as to give some effect to each word. So I guess my first question is, how do you think that language of that standard of making sure that every word in every statute, unless it's been repealed implicitly or explicitly, still has meaning? And I'm specifically referring to the exclusion for gifts for charitable or public purposes in Section 23. And I understand, I guess the reason why I'm inclined to agree with your opinion, and I'm separating agreement from acceptance, because I've always said I would accept the opinions of town council even if I've disagreed. The reason I think you're probably correct in your ultimate conclusion on Chapter 184 is that the courts have disfavored perpetual restrictions, regardless of what the statutes say. So anyway.
That is a factor. That's a very significant factor in my mind, Dean. And a corollary to your statement that every word or the language of statutes has to be given its true effect and construed as it's presented is that a group of statutes that relate to the same subject matter, to the extent possible, have to be read together and implemented in conjunction or harmony with one another. It's in that latter context that I was troubled here a little bit when I first read it. The more I looked into it, however, I noted the following. Section 23 was adopted in 1887. It provided that restrictions that are unlimited as to time shall expire after 30 years, with the exception, as you noted, of public gifts or devices and others. But for the purposes of this situation, we'll agree this was a public gift to the town of Chatham for certain purposes. From 1887 up to the present time, the Supreme Judicial Court and the appellate courts of Massachusetts have very regularly ruled, as you noted, in disfavor of perpetual restrictions on property. They prefer the right of a property owner to alienate property as it deems appropriate. Now, to that end, in my view, the legislature adopted the provisions of Chapter 184, Sections 26 through 30, which provide, in effect, a mechanism whereby property owners, even in my view, if they're subject to the public exemption, can avoid the restriction by choosing not to enforce them. Note that Sections 26 through 30 relate to enforcement of restrictions. If the town is the only party with the beneficial interest in this particular restriction, the town, acting by and through its select board and town meeting, would have the right to determine whether it chooses to enforce the restriction or not. If it chooses not to enforce the restriction, I would suggest that it can avail itself of other statutory opportunities, such as that in Chapter 40, Section 15A, to change the purpose for which public property is held. So that's how I ultimately, after wrestling with this, concluded that the town could not enforce, if you will, a restriction that may very well still legally be in effect. And because there is no other beneficiary or party who initially bequeathed the property to the town to have standing for enforcement, that would be the end of the situation right there.
Okay, now let me ask you a question about the final paragraph in the opinion, because that was a new wrinkle that you threw at us, I guess. as Peter inquired about. So were you saying to Peter in response to his question that this is a process, this CPRA process is a process that the town should do or should consider doing before we were to declare this property surplus, or is it significant enough, not significant enough that we should just disregard it?
The thing that struck me about the Dunphy case, Dean, was the similarities in the facts to that which we're facing right now. As I said, it's a case that I found by researching property restrictions, and it's an ancillary matter because the ruling of the court was that none of the statutory scheme of Chapter 184 relative to restrictions would apply in that particular case because of the charitable trust situation. I don't think we can ignore it. I do think it's something that perhaps what we may want to do is contact the Attorney General's office, the Charities Division, and inquire as to what thoughts they may have with regard to the particular situation. But I don't believe that it should preclude the town from going forward with devising what it deems to be the best possible use for this property at this point in time, whether by the select board's determination and then by town meeting determination to dispose of the property or change the purpose for which it's being held more specifically. I would suggest that if we have those approvals in hand, should a CPRA action be necessary, those facts would be very relevant to the ultimate determination that a judge is going to have to make as to whether or not it's impractical to try to fulfill the donor's intent at this point in time, given the change in circumstances over the last 50 years.
Okay, putting it to my final question, putting aside the charitable trust issue, if the select board and town meeting acting under section 15 of is it chapter 40 or 40? It's 40.
15A, yes.
For 15A of 40, or to declare this surplus property, does that mean that the playground condition that's set forth in Ms. Ellis's deed is no longer valid, is mooted, is abrogated? Or does the town have to take make a conditional declaration of surplus?
I think the entire property could be declared surplus. I mean, I don't see any basis upon which to distinguish between the various restrictions in the codicil. Number one being to establish and name a playground. And number two, not to alter any of the existing buildings in the property as of the death of the donor. I think they both carry the same level of weight and legal effect. So I think the entire property could be devoted to a different use. However, the town could certainly decide to maintain the playground as is, as a condition of any ultimate disposition of the property to honor the donor's intent.
So if town meeting, and it requires a 2/3 vote at town meeting, were to declare this, there's a simple vote to declare it surplus. There's a vote
simple majority of the select board, yes.
And simple majority tonight, and then a 2/3 vote of town meeting declares this property surplus, and the town could at some point say, well, we don't want to have a playground there, right?
I believe it could, yes.
Okay. Thank you. I will comment. I want to commend you on the opinion and taking the time to research and reason. I mean, it's obviously a very, as you say, it's an elusive issue. It's a very difficult issue. I think your conclusion is correct. I mean, it is it is something that we need to pay attention to. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to vote no on this if there is a motion to declare this surplus. I have voted no twice before. The select board majority of the board voted to reject this idea twice within the last year. You were in the majority of that, Mr. Chairman, yourself, or I should say we were in the majority that disapproved. And I think the point you made about town meeting was interesting, because you said a few minutes ago that you voted not to approve this because you didn't want to, and I'm putting words in your mouth, but I'm paraphrasing, you didn't want to clutter up the town meeting agenda with something that was going to be an easy thing for people to vote for, and they could vote down something like Middle Road. And that's exactly what happened, I think. I agree with what Mr. Matters has said. I think declaring this surplus is short-sighted, premature, and a very poor return on investment. We're talking about a parcel that is going to produce one, possibly two places of habitation. That's not going to make a dent. I'm not going to make a dent on the multiple needs we have for housing in this town. And I really think, as has been pointed out to me in a couple of emails that I've received, that we have to honor the wishes of donors, or we're going to discourage others from donating gifts to the town in the future. Corey mentioned the proximity of this property to the elementary school and to the community center. Since town meeting in June voted to ask us to do this, we've had a serious proposal to put the senior center at the community center. We're about to do a feasibility study on that. We don't know how that's going to turn out. We don't know if there are going to be programs at the community center or administrative offices at the community center that might be displaced. The elementary school is in flux. So to me, there are several moving pieces here, and I think it is very, very early to be making a decision to declare this property surplus. And I really don't think it's good policy. So I'm going to vote against this proposal if it's brought forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean. Before I move on to, let's see, Jeff's next, just a comment on my comment. My initial vote was, as you said, this is a smaller piece of property. We were looking at two larger properties, and my concern was we were going to take our eye off the ball of supporting something like a Middle Road. And it bothered me that we were going to get into some sort of the discussion on this piece of property, 127. And I was contacted by a number of people and emails that said, you just don't understand that this town now has changed its opinion on affordable housing and whatever, and you just don't understand. We could add this to our list of things that we're going to do. And what happened at town meeting? I think we take our eye off the ball. I think we pushed hard to do it, but the point is there is people have to understand what we're doing for affordable housing, and at that time when Middle Road went down, then I voted on Middle Road. I voted for this, not necessarily because I did it, because I thought the emphasis of the board should be on getting as much as it can. And now we're at a position that's different than we were before. And we still have opportunities for two big parcels, one parcel, and then maybe addressing a little bit at Middle Road. So before let me go on, and then I'll comment at the end on anything. Jeff is up next, I think. I know I have, let me see it. Jeff, your hand was up.
Yes, it is up. I just took it down, just waiting to be recognized, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Costello, for an elusive summary on this issue. Times change. We're 50 years after the Ellis gift, and I think Pat has given this board a way forward, at least in my mind, a way forward should we declare this land surplus, and town meeting agreed with us with a 2/3 vote to have affordable and or attainable housing on that piece of property. We have talked about affordable housing on this board for the last 2, 3, 4, 5 years. Where are we with it? I defer to the very articulate and passionate voices that I heard this evening, Mr. Oppenheim, Mr. Levitt. We got to get cranking here. So if we really believe in affordable and attainable housing, we really should declare this house surplus and do something about it. Mr. Oppenheim mentioned an ADU along with in the garage. Okay, let's see what kind of things we can put there. See how many families we can put there. Maybe it's one, maybe it's two. I don't know. But we got to start somewhere. We've got all irons in the fire, and this is a piece of property that we own already. We own it. I just don't understand the reluctance. I hear red herrings everywhere tonight. Red herrings. I hear no one standing up for affordable housing on this board. Yeah, I'm in favor of affordable housing, but I'm not going to vote for it. Well, here's an opportunity to be in favor of affordable housing, get something done, finally. So there's no question where I land on this issue. There's no question where the vote was in the Affordable Housing Trust Committee, which was 5-2. So the Affordable Housing Board voted for this 5-2 to bring this here, to have it be declared surplus and to move on and get it to town meeting. And that's what we need to do. That's what we need to do as a board if we really believe in doing something. Affordable housing, as we've said many times, isn't going to happen in one giant development here, one massive. In this town, there's nothing left. There's nothing left to develop. So we got to get cranking, guys. And I am very much in favor of this. I know at least I've got Shireen on board here, but I move to the Board of Selectmen to declare this land surplus and authorize its use for affordable and attainable housing. And I would hope we get support. And
is that a motion, Jeff?
That's a motion. And I believe that our town attorney has given us a legal way forward, if we listen carefully to a statement about Section 184 and the reluctance of the legislature and their disfavor of perpetual restrictions. I think we have a way forward if we listen carefully to what he's saying. So I really don't want the legal issues to get in the way of accomplishing something for affordable housing in this town. Town meeting has spoken last year. Town meeting gave us a 90% non-binding vote to support this. Yet we sit here tonight and say we don't think we're gonna. We'll get that 2/3 if we get it to town meeting. You bet. You bet. So let's get it there. That's
Thank
a
you,
motion.
Jeff. Shireen.
I'm going to second the motion, but I'd like to make my comments first, if that's possible. Thanks, Jeff. You pretty much articulated my frustration in listening to the meeting tonight after what we heard from town meeting last year and also our housing trust discussions. One of the things that I see is that we are such a contradiction as we look at this property, because we did use it for a water department for a number of years. And if we used it for a water department for a number of years, and why can't we go forward, since our town attorney gave us a path forward to be able to say this is time for it to be declared surplus so we can use it for affordable housing. There's a playground there.
Already.
It's already. And the rest of the property is impractical for the wishes of, I think, for the wishes of Mrs. Ellis. And I think if it's deemed impractical in that way, then it's time. We are at such a critical point when it comes to having a vibrant community. And we should be doing everything as a board to support endeavors to move forward with affordable and attainable housing aggressively. And big projects, little projects, one-offs, it doesn't matter. We should be looking at it. And this is a perfect opportunity for this. It's downtown, it's near a school, it's a house that could be renovated. I like the idea of the secondary barn being used as well. And so I'm going to second your motion, Jeff, and leave it at that.
Thank you, Shireen. I guess I get to say something. I know I'm not getting a smile from anyone out there, but that's okay. Let me tell you where I'm coming from. I got some. There, where I'm coming from, and it was noted that yes, I voted against this at the beginning. I did vote for it at town meeting, and I did vote for it at the housing trust. I'm satisfied with what I heard from Pat Costello on how we could move forward. I also understand what town meeting said, even though it was non-binding. Here's my thought. A couple of thoughts. I have been on for affordable housing for a number of years since the time. At that time, our affordable housing committee had a meeting with the planning board, and it started changing the position of the planning board on its priorities, and that's how ADUs got started. And I'm thinking ADUs took 2 years, and the things that we wanted to do and add to it, and all of the arguments we heard against them on how we were going to have all these people coming in and we were going to have them all over the place didn't pan out. And the new laws on ADU really go back to what basically we wanted to do to begin with. Here's my point. We don't have a black and white decision on the legal issue here, but there is, I agree, a way forward. That's one. Two, the 1971 bequest to the town followed the law of 18 whatever, and we've had a number of laws that have changed since then. If someone wants to bequest something to the town, it seems to me that they're going to understand that there is a 30-year limit or a longer limit. It's not going to be indefinite. So the argument that it's that people won't make a donation because it's indefinite, well, it's not. That's at least a general legal position. Thirdly, this property was used as Shireen said for the water department. And if it's not going to be used for what we're going to do now for affordable housing, what is it going to be used for? And I thought, Dean mentioned a couple of really good comments, but when is that going to happen and what's our priority? And I'm going to go back to the priority that you've heard about attainable and affordable housing. And again, attainable housing is affordable housing. It's just a market that we're in, and our state legislature hasn't realized that yet. And hopefully they will when they get prodded somewhat. So I'm of the opinion that we should declare it surplus and take it to town meeting and move ahead with something. I agree with some of what the public comments were as far as moving ahead. I firmly believe we have to move forward with larger areas to help us. And the Buckley property is one of those. And if we can get another one, fine. But I agree that the only affordable housing we have had in a long, long time has been either Habitat for Humanity, one of which, of course, was helped by a private individual, and also, some of the Crowell Road one. So I don't see this as a problem. We'll take it to town meeting and see how it goes. That's my opinion. So we have a motion and a second discussion. I see Dean's hands up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of points before you take the vote. First, I appreciate your clarifying your rationale for your prior positions, which I tried to describe from my perspective. So I accept what you say. Secondly, with respect to the prior uses of the water department building, I don't think there was any member of this board who was in office when on the select board when those decisions were made. But the difference between the town using it for water department offices or for some other office, some other administrative purpose, and what's being proposed for affordable housing is that, as I understand the plan, the intent will be to permanently encumber this property for a particular purpose. Whereas currently we can do with it whatever we want to do as long as we're consistent with the I guess morally consistent with the wishes of the donor, or if the restrictions have expired, we can do with it whatever we want to do completely, absolutely. And then the last point I want to make with respect to the commitment of members of this board on affordable housing. I personally supported every article that went to the June 22nd town meeting except for two. I sponsored one of the articles. And I suspect the article I sponsored, which had to do with making CPA funding available for attainable housing, may have a better chance of being passed than one of the ones I opposed, which was the transfer tax. So just because I don't accept every recommendation of every committee doesn't mean I'm not in favor of affordable housing. We're going to have a recommendation coming before us from the Open Space Committee to put a permanent conservation restriction on the entire Middle Road property. And if we're going to take the position that we have to accept what other committees recommend to us, it'll be interesting to see how this board votes when that recommendation comes before us. So that's how I feel about this. I'm going to vote no. I know we're going to lose, but I'm going to vote no, and then I'll vote I'll vote at town meeting and take the same position at town meeting. We'll see if 1/3 of the voters at town meeting will support this proposal or cause its defeat. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean. And I always appreciate your candidness. Jeff, before I move ahead, Carolyn has her hand up. I'd like to go to Carolyn first. Okay, Carolyn?
Yeah, thank you, Peter. I'm gonna, I mean, you've all said enough things at this point. I just, I think you all know how I feel about this. I don't understand how it could possibly not be voted for by you folks at this point, where there was overwhelming support at the town meeting, and then what the town council has described, as I'm hearing it now, there is a way forward, and I think we have an obligation to pursue that and see what happens. This is what we voted for, and I'm not going to take up any more time. We still have other things on our agenda, and I appreciate all your efforts. So thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn. Jeff?
Yeah, I just wanted to repeat the notion that this is a chance to really say we really do support affordable housing with this vote. And I just want to emphasize that. I also want to say that the model that was built on Crowell Road, public and private partnership that Mr. Oppenheim mentioned earlier is an excellent model. Perhaps that ought to be revisited, but we can't do anything until we declare it surplus and then get a 2/3 vote and then we move on here. But this is the night to wave the flag for affordable housing, and it just is. I also didn't mention Mr. Bystrom in my accolades or my thanking folks that spoke earlier, because he spoke very eloquently as well. And I'm very much in agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Corey, excuse me, go ahead.
I'm going to make some closing comments, and then I'm going to speak this bite my tongue. This is nothing for me as an anti-affordable housing position. Nothing at all. And it's getting a little personal, and it's wearing on me, frankly. My position is more anchored in the protection of our elementary school. I'm very protective of our elementary school. It is the only adjacent parcel. You know, we're going to be going to town meeting, and we're going to be taking ownership, operation responsibility. Chatham's own elementary school, Harward's own elementary school. We're going to be moving forward with this. It is the only adjacent parcel. We do not know the future of the school. I hope it thrives. I hope it expands. I hope we can do everything we can. I mean, we obviously want to keep the playground. We just dropped $300,000 into it recently. So obviously we're not going to tear that up, but it's just, I want to drive housing throughout the town of Chatham. This one parcel is not about housing. It is about the planning future just common sense. You don't encumber a piece of property next to an elementary school when there's too many unknowns going on. So I know I'm in the minority. It is, and I can stress, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation, is not an anti-housing component consideration. Take that out of the equation. I cannot in good conscience declare the surplus with all the factors that are out there recently. It just makes bad leadership in that manner. So I'll take my hits for it. I know there's some people that are going to feel differently about it. I just feel very strongly that this is the wrong decision to make. So thank you.
Thank you, Corey. I'm not going to make any other comments. I don't have any personally think that what this board has done over the past year, 2 years, that what we've done for affordable housing and some of the things that were comprehensively looked at, yes, things are slowing down a little bit, but the minute we get a piece of property, it's going to get developed. As far as I'm concerned, we're not going to hang around for 2 years. And everyone on this board supported affordable housing. So from that perspective, it's fine. We can disagree with the elementary school. Even when it was booming, I wasn't here, so you guys can talk to it. What it can be, what that piece of property, we're going to sit and wait and wait and wait. The buildings will fall down. And I may be exaggerating somewhat, but in any case, let's move ahead with the vote. Let's see. We'll start with Jeffrey.
Aye.
Corey.
Nay.
Dean.
No.
Shireen.
Aye.
And the chair says aye. Thank you very much. Let's move on to our next agenda item. It is consider housing initiatives from 2018 housing. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, there's another vote to be taken. I have a motion.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move to place an article on the annual town meeting warrant to obtain approval to declare this property surplus.
Second.
Second. Okay. Discussion. I'll start with Dean.
No.
Shireen.
Aye.
Corey.
Nay.
Jeff.
Aye.
And the chair says aye. Okay. Now we'll move on. Consider housing initiatives from the 2018 Housing Production Plan. Ali Sabatino, thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
And we also have Carolyn here to speak to that also when she's ready. Okay, go ahead, Ali.
Thank you, Peter. So I do have Carolyn here with me. She is the chair of the Chatham Community Housing Partnership, as you all know, and we'd be happy to answer any questions that you have at the end of this report. So I'm just going to start off. So as you all know, the Affordable Housing Trust, we met on December 20th, and we reviewed the Community Housing Partnership's letter with recommendations. It's also included in your packet. And we also had kind of a larger discussion on different zoning initiatives, bylaw amendments, and policy decisions. There's more detail in your staff report, so I won't go through it all, but suffice it to say, there was 4 recommendations in the partnership's letter that staff and also the trust felt were more appropriate to be discussed at the select board level. And so in your staff report, there are those 4 recommendations. So I'll just quickly go through it. If you don't mind, and then if you want, we can have a discussion after. Is that okay, Mr. Chair? Okay, I'm going to take that as a yes. Okay. All right, so the first one, establish a tear down fee on permitting that involves the demolition of units when they are replaced with much larger homes. So the partnership in their letter did note that the fees should be based upon the percentage of the amount that a finished house would cost. So that is their recommendation on that. Staff did reach out to other communities in Massachusetts to ask if they've enacted such a fee. We have not heard anything to date from other communities that have done this, but we would recommend that if the board would like to pursue this, staff could ask town council to opine on the legality of establishing such a fee. The second one is to allocate the funds from the short-term rental tax for housing purposes. As you know, municipalities, we have the opportunity to impose up to a 6% on room occupancy. So that's the traditional and both short term. And as you know, right now, Chatham has a current room occupancy tax of just 4%. The most recent towns to raise this have been Truro, Wellfleet, Eastham, and Harwich. So that's just some additional information for the board on different towns who've also chosen to increase this. The third one is allocated percentage of sewer capacity for affordable and community housing projects. Just as a staff note, this could aid in the creation of different housing units without having to go through the 40B comprehensive permit route. And number 4 is to create potential tax advantages for donating and selling property. This is highlighted in the 2018 Housing Production Plan that's noted in the staff report. Which says providing information to owners on the potential tax advantages of donating property or selling property at a discounted price for charitable purposes. So this could be a program that we could potentially enact to let people know if they do want to donate or sell their property to the town, if there are any potential tax advantages. So like I said, Carol and I are both here to answer any questions. I know I ran through that very quickly, but we did discuss, the letter at length in the trust meeting as well. So.
Okay, thank you, Ally. Let's take them one at a time. The first one, the tear down fee. Conceptually, I understand what's going on. I just don't understand how you could implement it. Does that mean we get more information? I don't know. And then I'm not, the act. What do you base it on? How big is too much? Where are the parameters? Maybe I don't know if Carolyn had discussions about that, or they have some kind of a thought on what they would do. But that was my initial knee-jerk reaction to it, because I hadn't heard of this one before, and I think this one could be difficult. Anyway, anybody else, Corey? Oh, you're on mute, Corey.
Sorry, pulled. All right, sorry about that. No, this one needs to be flushed out a lot more before you can kind of weigh pro or con on it, basically. Obviously, use the term a much larger home. You got to define that. You got to figure out what is a much larger home. Is it a percentage of, that needs to be flushed out and kind of defined at some sort, so you know where to start from. And then into the conversation, if a tear down happened and a new structure was put in place and the fee was collected, you have a house of 3,000 square feet, 4,000 square, whatever number it ends up being, how would any additional additions down the road fall into the conversation? You're not going to be able to collect the tear down fee because you've already got the one-time fee, but would the addition at a later date create some kind of threshold issue that the house is bigger than the original threshold was intended to be? That makes sense. So I do think there's a lot of detail that still needs to be discussed and kind of clarified before this thing could be voted up or down, but it's worth having a discussion. I'll leave it as that.
Okay, thanks, Corey. Shireen?
So I know it's getting late. It's 9:15. We have almost 4-hour meeting. It's been a very a good meeting, but so briefly, just yes, better understanding of a definition of what this would look like, and an opinion from Pat would be helpful.
Okay. Pat's still on? Yeah, he's still on.
It doesn't have to be tonight, Mr. Chair.
Good. Thank you. Okay, anything else? I would agree. Ally, that good enough for now?
Yes, that's great. Thank you.
Okay, let's move to short-term rental tax. I'll, since I have it here, I'm for doing this now. I wasn't previously, but I think it makes sense to do it now. And my initial thought is I don't like that's the allocating all. Let's say I'd say we go up 2%. I would not allocate it all to just affordable housing. I just too much to put into one spot, and that's just my knee-jerk reaction to it. And whether we go to 1% or 2%, I'm sort of leaning to 2. Okay, Jeff, and then Dean.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm in favor of the 2%, and I'm fully in favor of allocating it to affordable and attainable housing.
Okay. Dean?
I'm in favor of going up to 2%, but I'm not in favor of allocating 100% of it to housing. I think we should allocate 50% of that, so a 1 point to affordable and attainable housing, 0.5% for education, specifically the elementary school. This tax is producing a lot of money because of the short-term rentals, and we're going to be probably spending another $600,000 for Monomoy to take over the elementary school funding, and I think this would help make a real dent in that. And I would take the remaining 0.5% and use that, have that go into the general fund. Those are my thoughts.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? All right. I didn't ask if Carolyn had anything to say.
Yeah.
She can wait to the end.
Peter, can I comment now on this, or do you want me to wait?
Yeah, why don't you wait to the end and hear what we're all going to say, and then we'll go back to it. Okay, next is to allocate a percentage of sewer capacity for affordable community housing projects. My initial thought on this is, I don't know if I understand the benefits and analysis. What's wrong with a 40B? I think we need more info. I'm not sure what it gains us, but that doesn't mean it doesn't. Okay. Anyone else on board?
Peter?
Yeah.
I'm trying to raise my hand here. It's Dean.
Oh,
I would just like
Dean and Jeff.
perhaps like some explanation from Carolyn when she speaks as to how this works. I just don't, I'm not against it necessarily. I just don't understand how the mechanism here.
Okay. Jeff?
Same comment. I just didn't understand it.
Yeah. Okay. And then the last one is create potential tax advantages for donating or selling property. The housing, provides, I understand what this is. I get it in a way. We're talking about federal, state, and income, all kinds of taxes. Again, it's the devil's in the details, right? On this one. Any other comments? I think we should at least take a look at that one. Shereen? Up, mute, Shereen.
Okay. I know with conservation restrictions and whatnot, there's usually tax benefits there, or state, there is some money, but I'm willing to support this. I just, oftentimes people, when they're donating the land, or that's, they must be getting some sort of tax benefit from that aspect of it, a short sale or whatever. So, but yeah, let's look at it.
Okay. Carolyn.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So some of these proposals, like the sewer capacity and the tear down fee, really hoping you could look at those, explore them, their possibilities for revenue for the housing. I want to speak to the short-term rental tax. I support going up to 6. That's what a lot of other towns are doing. I would ask for 50%. That's 50% of the short-term rental tax, whether you go up or not, should be allocated towards housing. And if you go up to 6%, I would think that the 50% of the 6% should go into housing. So that's substantially more than any of you have considered. But if you look across the rest of the Cape, that's what people are doing. I think I want to say Wellfleet is, I think, 80% of their short-term rental tax. So this is a revenue. Everybody talks about housing being so important. This is the critical thing that's happening right now, and we need to generate funds to make it happen. And short-term rental tax is the most direct thing in terms of it's the seasonal rental economy that drives up the price of year-round housing. So there's a direct correlation between that. So my ask is to go up to 6%, and that you'd put half of that into affordable housing. With the bylaw inclusionary zoning item, right now that's tied to, I don't know why, the value that the builder gets to buy out of that is tied to the income of affordable housing recipient. It should be tied to the amount of the cost of housing. So we would want that amount to go up substantially and tie it to the cost of housing. And then on the accessory dwelling unit bylaw.
Oh, wait a minute. We're not looking at those right now.
Oh, you're not,
That's over
okay,
at
I'm
the-
sorry.
Those are at the planning board.
All right, well, this was on our memorandum. So Ally, are you there? This is, I'm reading off our memorandum that we sent to the select board, am I not? Items 1 through 9.
No.
So we did include that letter in the select board's packet, but the trust actually reviewed all of those items at their meeting. And they did send a letter recommending different zoning initiatives, and the 2 that you had named were included in those to the planning board. And the planning board did review them last night at their meeting.
All right, you're not doing those tonight. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, so the other one was creating a tax advantages for people donating and selling. I know of 2 people who have been interested in possibly donating their properties that they live in now, seniors. And an advantage to them would be if they were to, and this is down the, this all has to be worked out, but as an option, if you had somebody who was actually willing to bequeath their property to the town of Chatham, but they're still living in it, if they could get a tax advantage if they put a deed restriction on their property while they're still alive living in it, that would be an incentive for some people that are, you know, cash poor, but they have their house and they're willing to leave it to the town of Chatham, which would be an enormous gift. They should at least be able to pay the same tax rate as somebody does who gets an affordable house like myself. So that's what we were thinking on that. So I guess have I addressed all the ones that you have mentioned just today?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, that
All right, I'm
last one
sorry.
you mentioned. Yeah, the last one you mentioned, it brought clarity to it because I was thinking, you donate property, you get a tax break. This is a different twist on that. Doesn't
Right,
quite-
so-
yeah, and I get it. Okay. Just as a comment, and I'll say 2 things, and we don't have a lot of time, but I'm going to say it anyway. Our community housing partnership is doing gangbusters. They're out there looking at a whole bunch of stuff. Things that they're providing, I think, are good things for us to look at. With this list of 4, my first priority would be the allocate, on the short-term rental. I don't know how the board feels about the rest of them. To get more information, I think short-term rental, we're going to have to get it to town meeting this year. The rest, I'm not sure. Maybe there are. Is everybody okay with getting more information on all 4, or just to get some more information so we can go into it a little bit deeper? Then we can decide not. But at least in my opinion, the short-term rental is critical. And I'll also make a point of the planning board did review a bunch what the housing trust, and I'll just say that they had a real discussion on that. They didn't have all the information that the affordable housing, community housing trust gets into, and that brought up a point, and I mentioned it. A couple people, and Ally, maybe you haven't heard it yet, but I think it makes sense for the planning board and the community housing partnership to sort of get together somehow. I remember when Shirley just drove me nuts to have a joint meeting back a number of years ago, and that was, I proved that was very fortunate. Hearing what was going on at the board, it was interesting, and they're looking at ways to get affordable housing especially when you consider what they're doing with West Chatham. And I believe that they're concerned about a number of issues. One that was brought up, I'll bring it up here, is density. And how we get. And at first I thought that they were worried about density from a standpoint of building homes, but it was from a point of view of trying to explain to the community, knowing that they're going to be hit with that kind of a problem where members of the community will say, we don't want density, or it's a bad word, or it's a 4-letter word, and all of those things. So, it kind of, what caught me is that, if you look across the Cape and this crisis of housing that we have, the key cornerstone problem was we don't have the proper density where it should be so we can build affordable housing. Having said all that, I'm not going to go anything farther. Are you okay with what we just got through?
Yes, thank you. We'll do much more research for you and get back to you on it.
Okay, thanks very much. Oh, now I lost my agenda. Here we go. And our last one is consider Board of Health recommendations to hold all municipal meetings remotely. I saw Dr. Duncanson on before. Dr. Bob, thank you for your patience.
Yes, thank you, members of the board. The Board of Health met in emergency session last Thursday, and the main topic they were considering was the face mandate, but they also did review and make a recommendation to you for you to consider returning all town boards, committees, and commission meetings to a virtual-only platform due to the ongoing surge in COVID-19 cases and the easy transmission of the Omicron variant. They did not set any time frame on it, i.e., for 30, 60, whatever days, because they feel that, if it is implemented, they will just continue to watch what's going on with the cases and then making a recommendation to you at the appropriate time to be able to reinvigorate and resume in-person meetings. So that was their recommendation to you, is to return to virtual only meetings.
Thank you, Dr. Bob. I'll make one comment. One. When does it start, and do we want to have an ending? And I think there are a number of meetings this week that have already been set up to be to participate. And in my thought is maybe when do we start the recommendation? If we agree to it, that would be next week after the holidays. Let's see, I see two hands up, Dean and then Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is one case where I'm not sure I want to follow the recommendation of one of our committees. I have great respect for the Board of Health. I've said that before. I think they've helped guide us collaboratively through this pandemic admirably, and they're very competent and a disparate group on that board. But I don't think we have more than a handful, and town manager can correct me if I'm wrong, of boards and committees that are actually meeting in person or in hybrid fashion. And I think we should just leave it up to the individual committees to see whether they want to continue to do that. I'm very comfortable doing our meetings virtually. I think that's been the right decision. I think we're all being extremely careful, but I don't really see any need to do this at this time by way of a blanket directive. And I am particularly mindful of the concerns that were expressed previously when we were meeting only virtually by some of the regulatory boards that wanted to meet in person, and some of them have decided to meet virtually now. So that's kind of my feeling about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean. Corey?
Just some general comments. One, in general, I have a strong preference for in-person meetings. I find them more efficient. I like the flow of it better. But I got to admit, if we were in person tonight, I don't think any of us would be very happy campers right now, having to go outside in the cold to go home. So trying to add some levity to a very long evening. Yeah, I don't know. To Dean's point, I don't know how many committees are actually meeting in person. So I don't really know how we're impacting that. I know like the Independence Day Parade Committee was supposed to have a meeting the last meeting they pivoted for virtual. It worked out better for them. The Cultural Council only had 3 participating members. The other meeting, they met at the town hall, masked. It was efficient. So I think given the option, I think a lot of committees are going to choose to go virtual. This is my thought. So, I guess personally, I would like to leave the option open if someone wanted to do it. I don't think many people are going to do it, though. I think it's going to lean at 90-95% to virtual when all said and done anyway. So I don't feel overly strong about this, but I do hope at some point we get through all this and we can go back to in-person and have, 3-hour meetings ideally. Thank you.
Okay, Jill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just have a listing of in-person meetings for the rest of this week and next week. So we have the Board of Assessors, Cemetery Commission, Zoning Board of Appeals, Open Space Committee, Historical Commission next week, Committee for the Disabled next week, and HBDC next week in person. Most at the annex, small meeting rooms, so self-service rooms, and then a couple at the community center. So if the board wanted to implement the Board of Health's recommendation, I would suggest that it be for next week, because we would still have to have those committee meetings that are in person make a change to their agenda by Thursday, the 13th of this week, because of the Monday holiday, if the board wants to consider it. I can say that staff would be much more comfortable meeting virtually, and we are having some staff challenges. So if there's a way for hybrid or preferably in person, that would be my recommendation. I'm sorry, like virtual only, that would be my recommendation.
Okay, thank you, Jill. Jeff and then Dean again.
Thanks, Peter. Yeah, I just recall when we were 100% virtual that some of the committees have really had a difficult time with presentations. For example, the ZBA had, complained about when folks had, boards they want to present and graphics and stuff. It was much more difficult to do it virtually. So I'm leaning towards agreeing with Selectman Castro and let each individual committee decide whether they want to meet face-to-face or virtually. And again, I think most of them will go to virtual, but I think some critical committees will want to still meet face-to-face. And I think it's important that they do, because they're more efficient in so doing.
Thank you. And Dean.
Yeah, this came up today with respect to open space, Jill. They are going to do it virtually this Thursday. They initially had, there was some conflicting postings, but they clarified it today. That's going to be a virtual. I am interested in what you had to say, though, about Jill, about the staff's concerns, and we certainly want to respect those. So, I mean, do you want to elaborate a little further on it? I don't want to get into individuals, obviously, but.
Sure. So we're wearing masks indoors now in all buildings. So it doesn't matter if you're meeting with, 2 or more people in a room. And, we've had some departments that have been hit pretty hard by COVID this past couple of weeks. So not necessarily those staffed at those committees. So I think we'll do our best, but if there is for some reason a staff liaison who's not available to be in person, we'll just have to figure out how to help the chairman with that meeting. And yeah, I didn't have the updated posting for the open space committee, but I just have to caution the posting that we do need to have it consistent with the open meeting law with those changes. So whatever is decided about in person or virtual, we have to be aware of that. So yeah, that's it. So if you, whatever the board wants to do, we'll certainly accommodate you. It's certainly been easier for us on a virtual platform, but I understand the difficulties for public participation with that too.
The open space was done today, so probably after you saw it posted. Okay. That was because I had some communication with the staff liaison. Might I suggest possible middle ground, because I'm not terribly comfortable meeting in person. I'll be very candid about it. And if I were on a small committee, I attended a meeting a few months ago of the Council on Aging in the in the conference room at the community center, and there were 10 people in that room, and I felt very uncomfortable. I was wearing a mask. This was before Omicron, so maybe we limit the ability to meet in person to those regulatory boards, which would prefer to meet in person because of the need for hearing presentations, but with the requirement, because those usually take place in the main meeting room at the town annex, that those be hybrid meetings so that members of those boards and staff can participate remotely. And it's a suggestion. I'm not offering that as a motion at the moment, but I'm trying to, and I know where the Board of Health's coming from. I greatly understand that. Okay.
Jeff had his hand up, then Shireen.
I suggest that we send out, a missive that says we strongly urge all boards to meet virtually, with the exception of those that really believe they can't perform their duties efficiently without meeting face to face, and to support their meeting in a hybrid way if they possibly could. So I would craft a message that way, saying we strongly urge boards to meet virtually until we get through the Omicron surge. But we realize that for certain regulatory boards, it's important for them to meet face to face, and they should continue to do so in a hybrid way.
Shireen?
So I suppose I support both Jeff and Dean. I think it's, it's not an either or. I think you're both saying the same thing, just in a different way. So, if there is a committee that strongly feels they need to meet and they're regulatory. I don't think that anybody needs to meet if they don't have big presentations, but I think the regulatory boards need to have that option.
Yeah, I agree. And I would, change happy to glad rather than urge, I'd recommend. I don't know if that makes a difference.
Yeah.
But, you might make that motion, Jeff, and then.
I think I just did.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Yes. Okay. Second. Any further discussion? Okay. Dean?
Aye.
Shireen?
Aye.
Corey?
Aye.
Jeff?
Aye.
And the chair says aye. Thank you, Dr. Bob.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we have to go into, need a motion to go into executive session and not return to public meeting.
Mr. Chairman,
Dean?
I move that the board go into executive session under Mass General Laws, Chapter 38, Section 21, Number 3, to discuss strategy regarding pending and threatened litigation, parenthesis, Shaba Construction Fish Pier contract claims, and the chair declares that an open meeting would be detrimental to the litigation position of the public body with no return to open session.
Second.
That's not stated in the agenda, but I'm making that part of my motion.
Okay, thank you. Anyway, second with Shireen. Let's take a vote. Corey?
Aye.
Jeff?
Aye.
Dean?
Aye.
Shireen?
Aye.
Chair says aye. See you in a minute. Good night, Chatham.